Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to...
Estrogen burger. Like a boss.
This is a job for a manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Wasn't it like the Impossible Burger or something had like the tiniest traces of estrogen? Like, not enough to actually do anything to you. It just contained like minuscule, like little itty bitty traces of it. If only. Anyway, hello Lucy and Wilcon. How you both doing on this, what day is it? Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. On this wacky Wednesday. I remember I made a joke before about, like, the vaccine giving you tits or whatever. It's just you just, like... I think I got my shot, and then I put in news, like... I don't know, I swear I said something about, like, I can feel the milk is growing or something like that. Well, ever since, like, I don't know, like, early, mid-2021, yeah. I haven't touched the camera. The reason why I'm often facing this way is because I'm looking at the chat.
Welcome.
However, the monitor is by here, so the primary focus is this way. It's just that then I look this way to look at the chat.
Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Anyway, hello, Carden sir. Thank you for the good luck. I'm doing okay, thank you. What about you? We went to a restaurant, and they did not have fish or chips. And I was like, okay. And then we went to some other place, and it was full of, like, alcoholics. There were far less people there compared to the other one. There was, like, nobody ordering food, and it still took, like, 45 minutes to get the food. It was more expensive than the other place. It took like 45 minutes to get to us, and it was lukewarm. And the fish tasted of like nothing. Like, bro. Okay, so apparently I didn't reset my splits. Hello, Bagel. How's it going? Also, it's because, I don't know, something to do with problems with the freezer. They were having an issue with the freezer, so they didn't have fish or chips. Cotton, I think you... I think you're forgetting that fish and chips is unironically one of the most popular meals in the country, and as a matter of fact, in nearly every single restaurant, there is fish and chips. Like, unironically, like, at least 90% of them have fish and chips. Tesco Cafe has fish and chips. Asda Cafe has fish and chips. Morrison's Cafe has fish and chips. Sainsbury's fucking cafe has fish and chips, and so on. People eat it as often as big fat fucking Americans eat pizza, right? You're just, like, losing money if you don't have fish and chips.
Hey.
Also, it's hot as fuck in here, and, I can't open the windows because neighbor's got a chainsaw, and my parents are gonna be outside, and they'll be able to hear me, and that's just kind of awkward. I don't want that as cringe. Windows have to stay closed. I'm fucking dying. Hello, Lena. You've never eaten at a supermarket cafe? Okay, so Tesco Cafe, it always takes 7 centuries, and half the time the food is lukewarm. Dude, I literally, right, I had, poached eggs on toasted before, because I didn't know what else to have, right? And then, not only did it take an actual eternity, they came back with fried eggs, and they were like, we don't do poached, and it's like, it literally says poached, like, on the fucking menu. Like, you are actually lying. You are just genuinely not telling the truth. Like, there's no misunderstanding. You were just not telling the truth. And then there was another time where, like, again, like, they just fucked it up. Like literally, they fucked up egg on toast literally, like, 4 times in a row or something. And I just... And also, for some reason, the egg on toast comes with, like, half a tomato. And then they put it, like, on the egg or on the toast so that it tastes like tomato. And I don't like tomato. And the last time I had that there, it literally took an hour, because they were making it, I guess, and then they switched staff, and then, like, they scrapped the food, and I, like, had to make it again or something, I don't know. Also, if you have fish and chips, the fish doesn't taste of anything, and they give you, like, 4 chips. You know, wouldn't you feel better if you spent your chips, Sky? I think you'd feel better. Also, thank you for the good luck. As for Morrison's Cafe, it's cheaper than Tesco's. It's cheaper than Tesco. It's just at least when my parents went, like, my dad got, like, a vegetarian breakfast or whatever, and he literally got, like, 3 items of, like, the 7 that was supposed to be on the plate. And then he said it to them, they apologized, and they came back with 4 items instead of 3, which is still not the right number. I'm kind of dreading today, post today, because, so you know how I said about, like, how they didn't have fish and chips, so we had to go somewhere else, and then the fish didn't taste of anything and the food was lukewarm? My dad got a burger, and he said it was the best burger he's had in a really long time, which means that we're gonna have to go back there every time now. So, yeah. I'm gonna get, like, okay food, so that instead of him getting good food, he gets very good food. I feel like that's not really... That's not worth, like, the trade-off, especially when it costs, like, £4 or £5 more for the whole thing. Yeah, you could also not do that, though, Lena. Also, hello, Mirak. Sorry, Mira. I'm not going for a 40. I'm going for, like, 41 1x or something. Because if I got a 40, dude, that'd be, like, on the same level as, like... as getting, like, a 1 flat, like, 50-something in no post, like, 58 in no post storage. Like, that'd be, like, way too good to, like, especially for a category extension category. Like, I just wanna... You know, I just wanna, get a good run. Carden, I don't buy a lot of my own stuff when it comes to food. Because, why would I when my parents are willing to pay for it? Now that's an effective money-making strategy. Also, low-key, practice didn't go well, and by practice, I mean rub-a-dub skipping guest jumps are really terrible, but, like, I only have 12 hours left to get this time before I get, like, majorly depressed from not being able to get a good run in a category extension category where, like, for some of the splits you don't really even do anything. And it's only 41 minutes long. This run is shorter than the Battle 80% world record.
Welcome.
Heavy Iron Menu Nightmare Scenario.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is
What's the Nightmare Scenario?
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day.
I wonder if I actually will get the time today. I really want to just, like... I don't even care if I get the time, like... on the very last run of tomorrow before I go on vacation. I literally just want it before I go on vacation. That's all I want. So, I have 12 hours to get this time.
Bikini Bottom, the manager is here. Yep.
And that's a lot of time for a 41-minute run. Like, if I just did no resets for the next 2 streams, I could do, like, 16, 17 runs. Like, that's so much time to just, like, get something going.
Slide from manager to, well, not manager.
I feel like I'm favored, but we will have to see.
Managerliness. I'm feeling like more of a man already.
Don't end stream. I can't do that because fucking...
Manager.
I'm also trying to get 58 in battle before vacation. I've been on the verge recently. And then you have yesterday's session. One thing I've been doing for a while is counting things that have never happened before. And yesterday, the furthest I got was Poseidon, and the number of things that never happened before was 8.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager.
And then I had a different tally of extremely rare things that happened, and it was 4.
Just another day in the
Like,
life of a manager.
yeah. I was only planning on doing attempts in that game for about a little over 2 hours, and I did it for over 3, and I still didn't get anywhere.
Well, not manager.
And I practiced that game today, and my cruise boosting is just way worse than normal. All of my angles are bad, I'm always pressing a button too early or too late. My cruise boosting is just absolutely, it's just dropped, like, pretty drastically in consistency, specifically today, and I have 2 days left. And by 2 days, I have, like, 4 or 5 hours left, in terms of, like, being able to do runs to get the time. And then I'm forced to take a break, and de-resting in that game is cancer. And then it'll be spider season, so runs can get interrupted by spiders, which will very likely happen. So it'll be even harder to finish a run. Basically, I need to get 58 before I kill movie, or else I've just completely wasted my time. I need to be done with that goal. Because then when I go to battle, I need to play basically a completely different game. Like, I can't, like, regress in the evenings to play a different cat. Like, I can't do that. The muscle memory will take over. I can't do that, so I have until this... So what I'm probably going to do is force out more, sub-goals. Like, just do more. So that I can delay killing this game for as long as possible. I might genuinely do that. Like, I'm not saying, like, I'll do a sub-goal, like, every day, but I might move it to, like, 2 a week or something. Or just even just do them weekly more often to just try and get through them. As well as playing hacks more often, so that I'm spending less time playing this game and therefore have less time to PB. That's what I gotta do to extend it for as long as I can. The one where Heavy Iron hard codes task counts to 8, forcing me to cannibalize counts from levels with less than 8 tokens. Why would it be 8? I mean, Battle had 8. Was movie originally gonna be 8 tokens per level? That'd be kind of insane if so. Because, like, there's no level with 8. Like, because, even the 3K, you know, like, the 3K time challenge thing? Even if that were in the final version of 3K, that'd be 7 tokens. Like, that wouldn't even be 8. Hello, Woody. What's up? Also, literally not true, Wilcon. Every September, a shit ton of spiders come in. Like... And if they don't, then riddle me this, right? How come I went from not seeing a spider for months last year to seeing one on September 1st at 2 AM? And then for the entire rest of September, I found 17 more spiders when I didn't see any for months. That's not spider season? Like, come on, bro. Oh, yeah, so, I mean, I've been in this attic for, well, this year will be the 4th September that I spend in this attic. The 3 Septembers I've spent so far have all been, you know, by a mile, not even remotely close, the most spider-infested months of the year. With the highest record of any other month being 2, and in September 2021, the number was over 50, so... No, there is very much a thing as spider season. Yeah, I guess it could have been a leftover from battle, yeah. Man, that was fast. No, because it's not September. I won't actually be here for the first couple days of September, so that actually gives spiders opportunity to fuck my attic up. Like, genuinely, I'm unironically very worried about that. Because I'm coming back home on September 3rd. So that'll be fine, like, September 3rd. But that gives them the 1st and 2nd to, like, actually... And hell, I've been seeing a small increase in spiders in August, too. There was a big one in the sink a couple days ago. And there was one, on, like, the fucking, windowsill a couple days ago, too. So, yeah, not great. What, you mean like what Rehydrated has? Yeah, but then we don't get a, well, assuming the world map probably wouldn't be as laggy as the menu, then we wouldn't get lag tech. Wah. Also, by the way, this is unrelated, but I've actually been kind of motivated, as of today, to maybe start working on that massive battle script I had before. Like, rewriting what I did right and actually finishing it. And the reason why is because in my recommended, there was a SpongeBob's Truth or Square retrospective idea. Why'd I say idea video? And it was like 36 minutes long, and it had like a few thousand views, and it was funny though. That guy at the end of his video At the end of the video, he was like, "Thank you guys. You know, I have like 100 subscribers, and I didn't really think anybody would care about my videos. And it's kind of funny watching people's like older videos and just seeing them say stuff like that." Pretty much cotton, yeah, because this game was made in 4 milliseconds. I do have a spider sucker. It does work on, like, the house spiders, but, like, sometimes you need to, like, wiggle the thing around until, like, the spider decides to just, like, go deeper in the thingy. Also, the number of times we've, like, missed. And they run away. For, like, the really big spiders that are in, like, awkward corners and stuff, we just use the Hoover because... Well, I have no remorse for the spiders, for the record. It's always just a thing of either we can't be bothered to get the Hoover, or because my dad is like, no, don't kill it. Apparently, right? Apparently, spiders, when they've lived in your house... They get accustomed to living indoors, and if you send them outside, a lot of them just die because they can't, like, survive in the outdoors anymore. So, like, So is it better to quickly kill them or slowly kill them, you know? It's like, it's better to quickly kill them then, therefore might as well just hoover them up. I don't exactly like living in the countryside because, you know, spiders. And I also don't like living in the attic because spiders. But at the same time, I can't really... You know, other than spiders, like, living here is good. Honestly, the UK spiders compared to other countries aren't even like that. But it's just that there's like a lot of them. Like, I think it was Carden said he hasn't seen a spider for like years or whatever. Like, literally, in the UK, like, yeah, like they're generally gonna be smaller and they're generally gonna like not be harmful at all, but they'll still be pretty common in comparison. Spiders are not chill, man. Like, especially when they're so big. I was playing... I have Plants vs. Zombies PTSD now, because... I was playing PvZ2, and then I finished the level. I kept looking around the room because I have spider trauma, right? I forgot where I was going. I have spider trauma, right? And then no spiders. After I finished the level, I looked. One of the biggest spiders I've ever seen in my life, climbing up, like, the wall. And it was, like, above my games, like, my Game Boy games, my DS games. And it literally fell on the floor, and I heard a fucking thud, even though it was, like, several meters away from me. I literally heard a thud. It was on my games. It was on my games. Like... You know what I'm actually gonna do when September hits? I'm gonna put away my CRT, and the reason why is because it's blocking my view of a door the spiders like to come through. I can't see there. There have been so many times where I see a spider behind the CRT, and I would have seen him much sooner. So if I do that, I'll actually be able to see the spider ahead of time.
I found one.
Volcon, you claim that Vimslit doesn't limit your download speeds. I'm not. Like, everything you say is just extremely untrue. That's like saying McDonald's doesn't sell fries. It's just like the most blatantly untrue thing ever. No, I actually did not whatsoever. It literally takes like over an hour to download an ISO.
You have to.
We don't really... Hold on. Okay. Yeah, you know when I said the... You know when I said that the relative skip practice was bad, so it made me low-key not want to stream? Yeah.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running?
Works as soon as the timer's off, for real.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
Alright, well, I have plenty of time. I just gotta... Go chill and shit. Honestly, one thing I'm worried about, because I have a sub-goal, obviously, to play iPie's hack. One thing I'm worried about is that because I won't stream for a week, I'm worried that the sub points will drop, and then I just won't be able to achieve, like, the sub goal, and I want to make sure I can actually play the hack, because it's coming out at the end of, like, October or something. And I want to make sure that I can actually, like, play it.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Because I already have one for Blitz, which is projected to come out at the end of the year.
From manager to...
But, like, if I meet the other one more so around that time, then playing 2 full-game movie hacks within, like, a couple weeks of each other could be exhaustive. So either then, I would have to lower,
Manager coming through.
I said lower because I read Wilcon's comment, despite the fact that the word lower was not going to be said in my sentence. I either need to, like, artificially space them out, and then the hype for the hacks dies down because I'm not playing them at the appropriate time. Or 2, I play them close to each other, and then get potential burnout. So, you know. I mean, that's not a good idea, Wilcon, because then for people who were going to resub regardless, it would get to the point where, like in terms of people, like, actually subscribing to me so that they can see the goal, I'd probably only get, like, 1 actual sub. So then there was no point in having the goal. And also, if you do that, then it sets an example for the rest of your goals, showing that there's no incentive to sub, because all you have to do is not sub, and then I lower my goal, and then you sub, and then you just artificially, like, I don't actually make any money from that. So the only good option is to keep it how it is. Yeah, there's like a 2-month, there should be about a 2-month difference between the two for when they come out. That's what iPie's projecting anyway. Mashup might come out sooner or later. Blitz might come out. I don't think Blitz would come out sooner than expected. It's a big hack. I think it'd either come out when it, you know, at the end of the year or maybe like the end of January. But yeah, that's what I'm worried about basically, is just not being able to hit the goal. And like, I need to hit the goal because I need to know that people, like, actually want me to, because it'll probably take an entire stream, like, to 100% a hack I've never played before with 68 tokens. Blitz is even bigger. That'll probably take me 2 streams, but even Mashup should probably take 1 stream to 100%. I think it'll take an entire stream, potentially even, like, 6.5 or 7 hours compared to 6. Like, I need to know that people actually want to watch that, and that is my indication. When it comes to playing those other hacks, I feel like people like watching those because it only takes up like 15-20 minutes of my time. You know, like, it's just chill, having a good time, like... And it's just like a cool little showcase, whereas like... Obviously the hack needs to pull its own weight, and I do think it will, but I need to pull my own weight. And obviously I just need to know that people want that. Because, like, as well as that, like, I had sub goals. The biggest hacks that I've played, BFB Mix, Second Strike, and Movie Backwards, they were all sub goals. Every single one of them. And Movie Blitz, as well, was a sub-goal that I'm already met. So, we're already good for that one. I will play that one. Yeah, there'll probably be, like, less spooky games in October. I like how Battle released on Halloween, like... Then again, I guess it has some levels that could be, like, a little spooky, but okay, the spooky levels, as it were, would be Rock Bottom, Kelp, and Dutchman. But, like, Dutchman is, like, the least spooky of them. And also, Kelp is not really spooky either. So, like, the only level that you really should be getting scared by, probably, is Rock Bottom. The Sleepy Times are scary. I hated them as a kid. I used to skip Rock Bottom and come back with the Cruise Bubble, like, after Robopet, because I didn't know how to sneak, but also because they were scary and I just wanted to, like, kill them ahead of time. But that made, like, the spatula requirement for Robopet, like, actually kind of bad, because then I was just restricted out of all of the Rock Bottom spatulas. And, like, half a Patrick spat. Wait, how many spatulas? I mean, how many socks are in Rock Bottom? There's the 2 from Slip and Slide. There's 1 near Artwork, I think. And that's all of them in Trench. There's 2 in Museum. No, there's 3 in Museum. So that's 6. And then there's 2 in... No, that one's Trench. The other one was Downtown, Rock Bottom. So that's like 8 socks? Yeah, so it's like nearly a Patrick spatula. You know what's really weird? You know, for, Across the Advanced Trenches of Darkness, or whatever it's called, like, that we cheese in a run. Like, how come it's such a long string of movement and combat, and there's just literally no socks there? That's really weird. I feel like the sock distribution in that game is kind of weird sometimes. Hello, Burger. Hope you're doing good. I think I forgot to honk the horn. I will do that next time I get there. Odyssey released in October. I actually didn't know that. I got the game in December. I got it for Christmas.
Welcome.
Dude, Wonder is coming out, like, not even long from now. It's very weird, like, feeling. I'm probably not gonna buy it, at least not initially. I want to see, I want to see reviews. I want to know that it's not just another, like, 2D Mario game, you know what I mean? Okay, cool. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing alright, thank you. I went out. I have 2 streams left until I go on vacation, so I'm trying to get my goal time, which is probably, like, a 9-second PB minimum. Like, if I can get that before I go on vacation, I'd be pretty satisfied.
This is a job for a manager.
Why did somebody super react to my live message with just, like... It says femboy, and it's a super react. Wonder does look good, but again, I just want to know for sure that it actually is a different Mario game, and it isn't just, like, one gimmick or something. I guess Odyssey deserves more builder because it's like a 3D Mario game. I don't know. Also, I think we're gonna get a Nintendo Direct in September, because apparently we've been getting a Direct every September for years. So I think we're gonna get one this September, so that's cool. Yeah, but I'm not a femboy. It's okay to be a femboy, but I'm not a femboy. It's not okay to lie. Also, Latte, I did try your Merv despawn. Not despawn, but like avoiding the trigger strat. It works. It's a little harder than I expected it to be. Like, sometimes it looks like you have the right angle, but you just don't. But I might add it when the time comes. Well, actually, I might not even need to. Because the last category that I plan to play, again, assuming this is gonna be no new time saves. The last category I plan to play that would even do, you know, that wouldn't just warp to Plank Bungee immediately would be Hundo, and Hundo does the lag clip, so I don't need to worry about the moves. So I might never even need to implement it, potentially. But we will see. Yeah, I didn't notice, but apparently we've had a Direct every September. Hello, emulating. Yeah, it's really easy to focus on. Like, for example, right? Like, imagine you gold no cheese, and then you gold depression, and then in sandwich driving you bonk, like, 3 times, and it's like, oh my god. Like, this is so bad. But then you realize, like, oh, well... You know, if you factor no cheese and depression, like, even with those bonks, I'm still, like... This is still, like, an above-average run. There was an all extras run I had a while ago that I would have been completely fine with having. I was completely content with it, except I made like dude, the run was godlike, and then I made like a 30-second mistake in guess 1, and I was just like, dude, like, actually it was like 25 seconds I think, but like it was like so disgusting, you know, like. I would rather make 25 seconds of, like, other mistakes combined than, like, miss a really easy strat and guess and have the rest of it be god tier. I had to keep going. I couldn't accept that run. What's up, Trex? I'm doing alright, thank you. What about you? I think one of my most embarrassing moments as a movie runner, there was a strat at the beginning of 3K that we don't do anymore, because we found out that it loses time and it's objectively harder than not doing it. I had a run before where I golded no cheese, depression, and sandwich driving, and then I missed the trick at the beginning of 3K so often that I had to reset, because I missed it like 5 times in a row. That was like 2018. And it was a strat that is slow. Yeah, emulating. That's just like... That also happened to me in No Major Glitches. I would have been completely fine with the run, and I lost 18 seconds to, like, a really easy trick. And it's just like, bro, you know, like, I had to keep going. And I'm glad I did, because it only took, like, an extra week, and I finally got, like, a pretty good run. But, actually, no, it took, like, 2 weeks, but still, like, I was still, you know... It is always worth it in the end, but... Pain in the ass, like, in the moment. Yeah, my day's been fine, you know, I went out, had some food, that's basically it. Dude, I thought the sandy ledge grabs were like 3 seconds long. I timed it, it's like 1.8 seconds. Would you believe that? They're slower than Patrick ledge grabs. About, I think. Can you believe that? Because, like, I barely can. And I timed it like 3 times, and it's somehow, like... It's, like, at worst, like, the same length as a Patrick ledge grab, but I'm pretty sure it's actually faster, even though it feels like 3 seconds. Doesn't make any sense. Well, I purposely ledge grab at the end of 3K because of the way that the button cycle works, but yeah. Yo mama's so fat. When she sat on the iPod, she made the iPad. Did anybody else used to, like, binge Yo Mama when you were, like... I don't even know how old I was. How long has Yo Mama been a thing for? Let's have a look. I used to watch them all the time. Yo Mama So Disney, and it's Winnie the Pooh twerking. This was 11 hours ago. 11 hours ago. Alright, let's check oldest. Yo Mama So Fat, We Fit 12 years ago. 12 years ago.
Welcome.
Bro, you cannot put pedo in your title anymore. Yo Mama's So Ugly, Blind Kid / Pedo Bear, 1.9 mil. You cannot put that in your title anymore, there's no way.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. Upsy-daisy.
You know one thing I actually really like about Cosmic Shig is that the ledge grab animation lasts like 1 nanosecond. It's pretty nice.
Always prepared.
And it's like less visually frustrating because you don't have SpongeBob like literally like pulling himself up. He literally just like, you know, puts his knee up. Like it's just like less annoying. Hello, Lenny. True. Your mama's so stupid, Mountain Dew.
Hey.
M&M's. Dude, I remember that one, the M&M factory.
Welcome.
Your mama's so stupid, parked car. So true.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
I genuinely think the Cosmic deserves more respect than it gets.
Adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
No one remembers that damn game after, like, the second week.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Boing! Cleanliness is next to managerliness. A manager is always prepared. This is a job for a manager.
I like how they literally just, like, took the tikis from Rehydrated, except for some reason they like, function worse than Rehydrated. Because for some reason, there's so many times we go to break, like, the tikis, and then there's just, like, floating tikis. Like, that literally happens more in Cosmic Shake than it does in Rehydrated. I don't know how that's possible. They just copy-pasted them, I don't understand. You just remind... I don't know how I've never thought about this before, but Movie has, like, a different checkpoint sound effect compared to Battle. And I don't know why. Movie is pretty obsessed with, like, stealing a shit ton of assets, but they're also pretty obsessed with changing sound effects for some reason.
Bob.
Even SpongeBob and Patrick have different jumping sounds. It's just really strange.
A new path. Whoa!
Shush tikis. You talk about in Cosmic Shake. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like a lot of, like, the sound, obviously sound effects are pretty minor, but I kind of like a lot of movie sound effects, just like a little more than battles, but it's just a thing of, like, why would you even buy, I guess to make it feel more unique, I guess, I don't know. Like, I prefer SpongeBob and Patrick's jumping sounds in this game. Like, in battle, SpongeBob's is just, like, a bit annoying for, like, how often he jumps, and Patrick's doesn't sound right. It just doesn't sound like a sound that should be coming out of him. I forgot to mention earlier that my sandwich out of bounds consistency is also not very good today. I think if, oh wait, no, I put it on my server, actually. Yeah, the vacation place that we're going to, like, obviously it advertises itself. It said it was half a mile away from a pub. It's not a pub. Like, they lied. I'm just like, bruh. So yeah, hopefully I'm not bored in the evenings, but it was just, like, something nice to do. You know, an excuse to get out of the house, an excuse to, like, walk around, and just, like, an excuse to just, like, sit down, have a bit of food, have some drinks, talk with my parents, you know, but now they're like that, and, you know, just like, bruh.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Yeah, I agree, Cotton.
I love opening presents. manager coming through. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Hello, Zoe. Thank you for the good luck.
Hey.
How's your day been? Yeah, again, I think just a lot of little sound effects are nice in this game. I also prefer movies control scheme. However, changing it from battle is kind of stupid. Because then it's gonna, like, fuck people up because the games look similar. Although, they could have committed worse crimes. In Banjo-Tooie, I believe. I'm pretty sure this is the case. It definitely fell off, and I swear I heard somebody talk about it before. In Banjo-Tooie, they inverted the swimming controls compared to Kazooie. And it's literally like, why the fuck would you do that? Yeah. I think SpongeBob also, doesn't he also have more voice lines, well, more sounds that he makes for collecting tokens compared to spatulas? Yeah, because I swear he only makes, like, the same one sound every time in battle. I think in movie he makes, like, 3.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
There was one time where, after playing movie for months, I loaded into Gulagoon Pia and as Patrick, and I was like, why the fuck can't I cartwheel? Which, by the way, this game would be fucking bad if Patrick did not have cartwheel. The amount of platforming you have to do as Patrick, like, it was kind of necessary to have cartwheel. Cartwheel is fucking sex. It's so good. And it's busted, too. But even unupgraded, it's really good.
Just another day in the life of a manager.
It just kind of makes me wish the SpongeBob also had a way of a method of fast transportation.
We're men. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Malaria moment.
Managerliness.
I should start making memes again. The last meme I ever made was the Undertale meme that I posted on Twitter in 2019. Like, I'm not even joking, that was literally the last time I ever made any meme ever.
Hey.
Anyone knows?
Ball is busted, but they kind of needed to do that, given, like, how insane the enemies are now. They went way too fucking far with moves. Like, I don't know what the hell they were thinking, because, like... There's no good way of defeating them. You basically need upgraded guitar or upgraded spin, and even then, there's still, like... That's not good combat, that's just fucking cringe. Like, one thing I like about movie compared to battle is that you're not just fighting, like, the literal exact same enemies. Like, what difference is a hammer bar in Robo-Sponge compared to a hammer bar in Jellyfish Fields, you know? Whereas, like, in movie, like, they look different, and they might have an extra... Well, if it's in the Merv's case, it has an extra ability. But even just looking different and having more health, like, that is cool, I like that. But Mervs are just like, bro. Like, what the fuck?
SpongeBob.
Cosmic Shake has the same issue too, with like enemy, like in the Glove World, there's like the bathtub enemy, and you're forced to fight him. Like it's closed off. You have to fight him. But it's basically the same thing as his first appearance, except basically easier. Because in that one, it was the bathtub enemy plus 2 other enemies. And then in Glove World, it's the bathtub enemy and that's it. You're in, there's less breathing room, but there's also 2 less enemies, so it's like roughly the same difficulty, and it's just like, that just seems kinda... That, you know, like, how is it harder, really, compared to the literal first time we ever encountered the enemy? That's actually true. Platforming be like, press A twice and spin Lamau. Like, how does ball help with platforming? How does slam throw help with platforming? It's literally just like, when it comes down to it, the very core of the platforming is actually extremely basic and kind of boring. But it's masked, like, super well with, like, other, like, elements. And, like, the review I watched of Truth or Square, like, kind of pointed that out, like, and I do agree. Basically said, like, in Truth or Square, like, a lot of platforming is literally just platforming and nothing else, so it's, like, really boring. And watching that review kind of made me realize, like, I already kind of knew it, but, like, that game is not good, like... You know, I was pretty nice to it before, but, like, the more I thought about it, I was just like, damn, this game, like, actually kind of sucks. Like... You know, it doesn't have that many levels, like, the enemies look and feel, like, extremely basic. I was saying that the platforming in Battle and Movie is a bit basic, but it's masked very well. Whereas in Toss, it's just like it's like one of the best parts of the game, and it's boring because it'll like just be basic platforming, and that's it. And it's like super basic enemies that aren't like really any different. They all look the same, and just like I don't know, man. It's just kind of like. Truth or Square, of the 3 games, it has the least enemy types. And they also have the most generic designs. Like, and they're spread across, like, less levels. Like, it's just... Yeah. Toss annoys me, because it could have genuinely been, like... Well, I mean, we know it could have obviously been really good, but it could have just been a little better. Right? They wasted all that time working on Downtown and Krusty Krab just to not be able to release the game with those levels. Imagine if they put that time into polishing what they already had, or had an extra couple weeks to finish Downtown. That would have made a difference for sure. But as it currently stands, the game is way too short. You hear the same track for, like, the entire-ass game, which is, like, the exact same problem that Dutchman has. Except it's arguably... You know, like, I gave Dutchman a lot of shit for that, right? Fucking Truth or Square is arguably worse in that department. It's arguably worse. And the reason why I argue that it's worse... is because, like... At least there are times... in Dutchman, where it isn't, like, the best thing ever to have the jellyfishing costume. If you have Muscle Bob, like, you want Muscle Bob, it's objectively better than not having Muscle Bob. You want it in every single scenario ever. So you always want to go for it, which means that, you just... And because it's pretty easy to not get hit by enemies, especially because of how buffed you get. Like, it's just, like... It's kind of hard to get hit. Can I stop, like, missing that, like, exclusively in the time challenge, please? They got tracks from Battle and Movie. But yeah, they don't have, like, a single unique track, I don't think. The thing is, with the tiny burst of speed carding, I genuinely don't think they meant to do that. That's probably actually just a purple lamp moment.
Welcome. Never fear, good.
Oh yeah, the other reason why it's even worse in TOS is because, at least in Dutchman, like, they actually made a track for it. And the track, like, and the track is good. Whereas in TOS, it's kind of a whatever track, and it loops, like, I think it loops even faster than in Dutchman. It definitely seems like it, and they didn't even, like, make it for the game, so it's, like, even more incriminating. And again, you just always want to be buff whenever you can find it.
A manager is always prepared. Manager coming through.
Hey.
I think they could have just let you move while bashing. I just think that they just didn't think to. Because, I mean, the level design's pretty fucked anyway. Like, it's, you know, it's, like, almost as exploitable as the original. Well, I whooped to the wrong place. Arguably more so. It's easier to do kelp backwards than it is in the original. Like, if we're talking, like, you know, casually finding it. Because casually, there's, like, no way... like, there's no obvious way to get backwards, whereas in Rehydrated, like, you just jump on some tikis, if I remember correctly.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Well, that kind of exists, with ball extended jumps. But that's precise and not intended.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
But yeah, I guess I can kind of agree with that, yeah.
The managerliness. A manager is always prepared.
I like how movies ball extended jumps, by the way, are just, like, slow as fuck. Which, in battle runs, there's actually two, instances of, ball extended jumps that actually get used. This one is dependent on the category, and even then you might not do it. But if you do prawn early, you can do a ball extended jump, and some people do that. And as for Gulagoon, if you're doing early tower glide, after you kill the hammer robot, instead of relying on the stupid bash, you can do a ball extended jump, which is a few seconds faster, and some people like it. Hello, Crow. No, I'm not, but thank you for the... Oh, I know you didn't say good luck. But anyway, yes, hello, how's it going?
No swimming just after eating. Jumping, jumper, jumper,
Yeah, it's probably not intentional. I split late, but it's okay, bro.
SpongeBob.
Battle and Movie at the core have pretty basic platforming, but again, it's masked, like, very well. Honestly, the main thing with those games is more so, like, the exploration and the combat, more so than the platforming, I feel like. But of course, there's still some good stuff, like Sea Needle, and just, like, some wall jumping sections, and movie SpongeBob challenges. Like, it's not like, obviously, like, you know, it's not like the platforming isn't good, it's just, like, basic, but it's good for what it is, you know? And it doesn't matter because, again, like, the exploration and shit is fun. Chicken nuggies. That is PogChamp. I like chicken nuggies. I love how just absolutely useless unupgraded slammers. It's bad. It can't even slam enemies. Oh, that's another sound effect that I like in movie is upgraded slam. It sounds incredibly powerful, and it actually kind of like jitters the screen a little bit. Like, it makes it feel like a powerful move, and it's visually and even sound-wise, it's clear how it could stun enemies. Yeah, exactly. Like, when you watch reviews of the game, they always just say, like, oh yeah, the platforming is good or whatever, and just move on. Like, no. It did its job. Also, thank you for the good luck. Your mom likes femboys? In battle, you're too distracted by how, like, the game very much feels like an episode of the show. Plankton is... Also, I think most SpongeBob games have, like, really basic platforming, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think it's, like, their strong suit, really. Like, the one with the best platforming is probably Battle, and that's pretty much because of Sandy's lasso. In my opinion, anyway. In battle as well, you get rewarded more for, like, platforming challenges, whereas with movie, you do a more unique challenge and then get rewarded for it. Like, in battle, like, let's say that SCDA was in battle, they would so give you a spatula just before Area 2. They would absolutely do that. Same with Now That We're Men. And Plank, as well. And, you know, like that big, platforming thing in Plank, where you, like, scale up the thing, and there would definitely be a spatula there, too. Dude, it's just, it literally now, right? The past, like, 4 times has been Time Challenge, specifically. It's really getting on my nerves now. It's funny, whenever I try to praise, like, battle or movie for anything, it almost always comes with a but. Like, for example, I think in terms of, like, bonus content, I think the extra system is great. you know, more costumes, concept arts. Like, you don't have to collect it, but, like, there is genuine incentive to, and it feels good to collect them. And, you know, each one is gonna have its own, like, unique thing. It's cool. And, like, they glow green, and, like, it just being a treasure chest is cool because it is, like, opening a chest of goodies. Like, I like it. But, like, a good chunk of them are just cutscenes that you've already seen, which is fucking stupid. Why are those unlockables? Why would they do that? And also, some of the extras are, like, mega aids. And as for battle, I love its theater. It's amazing. It's so cool. It should have been part of the 100% completion. No fucking way in hell should it have cost a single shiny. That's bullshit. Like, who the hell thought that was a good idea? And why does it cost more than the crab spatulas? Or wait, does it cost more? I can't remember. It costs, like, around the same amount. So you basically gotta do the equivalent of grinding for crab spatulas twice. Like, who the fuck thought that was a good idea? And you can really apply the yes but to, like, anything in those two games. Battle's mini-bosses are really cool, but why Prawn and not Man Ray? And also, in King Jellyfish, they just forgot to play the boss music. And also, the Dutchman boss fight, like, actually kind of sucks. And Movie's boss fights, the mini-bosses, they kind of suck. And Neptune's cool, but Phase 3 is the easiest phase, so it's a bit anticlimactic. Yeah, that's insane, dude. Yeah, I think there should have been more stuff to affect gameplay, like, maybe, like, an extra that buffs SpongeBob's spin to be, like, ridiculously long, and it's, like, the final ones, just for funsies, or maybe something that, like, halves enemy health, or something like that. That'd be really cool.
Welcome.
Don't get me wrong, I really like Magnetic Pickup, but that's the only one that actually benefits gameplay in any way.
Bikini Bottom, the manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day.
I do love, though, that, on GameCube, one of the extras has an accidental purpose. For those who do not know, there is an extra called Long Antenna and Fountain Antenna. I don't remember which one you want to... I think it's Fountain Antenna, actually. It creates a lot of particle effects on the screen, and GameCube doesn't like it. So basically, when you play a combat arena on GameCube and you have that extra enabled Fountain Antenna, most of the foggers can't actually burp at you because the GameCube's getting overloaded. So it just, they can't attack you, basically, and you get to complete combat, like, actually pretty fast.
A manager is always prepared. A manager is always prepared.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Hey.
Dude, I for some reason, I thought I was in sandwich driving. I would agree with you, Cotton, but the thing is, though, is that a lot of people think that Neptune's, like, really hard, so they want, like, all the health that they can get, and they still fumble, even with all that health. So, I don't know. I think one big flaw of the movie is how useless Patrick's health upgrades are. Because depression is obviously, and BBBH are not really, like, issues. So it's basically just SCDA, and by SCDA, it's literally just, like, on the way to Spongeball, and then, like, the end-level movement, and maybe 3 meter. Those are, like, the only points where you and even for 3 meter, you can literally just use upgraded spin. Like, Patrick's health is nowhere near as useful. And if you don't know that ahead of time, like, you can really waste your points. SpongeBob gets into a lot more of the action compared to Patrick. But then, you remember the Goofy Goober platforming level? Like, that was meant to be SpongeBob, so... Then SpongeBob would have an even bigger imbalance unless it was going to be another Patrick platforming level. Well, we have theorized the guest platforming level. Maybe that would have been a Patrick level for some reason. Yes. Very early on in any percent's existence, well, you know, Cole and Watsoup and runners like that, they used to upgrade health to, like, max because they used to do a lot of, like, damage boosts and shit. However, that got dropped pretty quickly. I'm not even joking. They used to do unupgraded, Dennis, like, because of that, and just, like, just didn't have the points that they needed for, like, other upgrades that they really wanted. It was just, like, not a good idea. Additionally, if you have the upgrade points for it, it's kind of recommended for beginners to upgrade by Plank, because it makes Plank and Neptune a lot easier. Because it doesn't lose a lot of time. Although these days for Neptune, it'd probably be more recommended to upgrade Spin rather than Health. Also, we still upgrade health in Hundo and all tokens because you are going to get so bum rushed in Nathoman combat that upgrading the health will mean, in most cases, it'll make you actually save time because you won't have to go out of your way to grab more health if you get low. Or, like, you can go longer without needing health, like, so most of the time it's faster. Just upgrade it. Nerfing his phase 1 and 2 attacks would be easier to dodge, and making it so the tables reset if you get hit or something would have worked better. Yeah, maybe. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about that because it's hard-coded to shit. But maybe one day. Dude, I bet in like 10 years we'll have like some insane mods. Movie 4K widescreen, 144 Hz on PC. And we'll be able to do whatever we want. We can give SpongeBob and Patrick, like, brand new moves and just, like, completely refine, like, everything about the game. God, that'd be so cool, dude. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll care about Battle of Movie in 10 years. We gotta hurry up. We gotta decom movie.
So much destruction. A new path.
Yeah, I can see that, Cotton. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I agree, sir. Also, like, we need to give unupgraded guitar a bigger hitbox, because, like, have you Have you tried hitting Neptune with an upgraded guitar? It's, like, impossible, bro. Like, you know when I detonate, like, in front of Neptune, it might look like his hitbox is all around him. It's not. An upgraded guitar's hitbox is so massive. So Neptune's hitbox is his head. And despite that, upgraded guitar, like, has a huge radius. So it can hit him, like, even though he's nowhere near his head. With an upgraded guitar, you actually gotta touch his head, and it's, like, really cringe. Also, finally made it out of sandwich driving hell.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
I think, like, the literal entire boss is hard-coded, as far as I'm aware. I think the only thing that isn't hard-coded is in what way you can hit the tables. Because, in the movie Backwards mod, you have to hit the tables with bull. So I know you can, like, change how you hit the tables, but I don't think you can change anything else about them. I don't think you can even do that, I'm not gonna lie. I've heard that it's hard-coded to shit. As in, like, there's basically nothing you can do about it. My dogs when they bark. You can, like, inject AR codes, but I don't think there's really anything you can do with Neptune, but maybe I'm wrong. Kid named Latte. Speaking of Kid named Latte, he said he was gonna make a months skip practice mod. I don't know if he actually ended up doing it or not. I need to ask him. Because if he did, then I might as well have it too. That's the first time that's happened since playing this category. Dude, my parents buy stuff off Amazon, like, I think on average something arrives once every, like, 2 days. Actually, no, I'd say on average it's once a day, because there were also days where they buy 2 or 3 things in one go. So, yeah, I'd say on average is 1 a day. And I also see, like, a fifth of this stuff get refunded, so I guess they just take back a lot of stuff, too.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Also, I'm absolutely melting in this room.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
But I hear somebody outside, so I don't want to open the windows.
A manager is always prepared. This is a job for a manager. Manager coming through.
Hey.
Boy, oh boy, oh.
That's good. They're starting to increase here. I will say, though, that it is kind of promising for vacation, because it would imply then that it's going to be warm and not, like, freezing cold. Hopefully it won't rain. We've had good luck with the weather. From 2016 onwards, we've been on 3 vacations. And all of them, like, the first vacation had like, half a day where it absolutely hammered down. The second vacation had no rain, and the third vacation had rain for, like, 2 hours. So we just left the house like an hour later than normal, and that was basically it. Weird feeling, too, because I went on vacation in early May last year. It was like May 4th or something like that. So, for it to not just be a year since then, but also beyond that, you know, June, July, August, like, 3.5 extra months. It's been 15.5 months since I went on vacation. And what we're planning to do is that after this vacation, when we come back, we're gonna book another vacation ahead of time so that we can get it for, like, cheaper.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day.
The heat's getting to me, but I will prevail. I really need to up my game. You know, I don't want to really stress myself out, and also, well, I'm going to anyway. I have 10.5 hours to get my time now.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
TikTok.
The manager
And I'm not talking the app.
I'm feeling like more of a man already.
Dude, okay, I'm getting to the point now where I'm, like, not even caring that there's somebody outside. I gotta open the windows. I'm actually dying.
Manager coming through.
Alright, thank you for the good luck,
Simple but satisfying.
sir. I will see you around.
This is a job for a manager. This is a job for a manager.
You are reminding me that I do need to drink my pink prime can. That's the only one I own that I haven't drank yet. I have all the cans, and I'm missing 2 bottles, and that's it. And I'm pretty sure one of the bottles is not even in the UK at all anyway. Hello again, Lena.
Gooch! How much of a man do I have to be? Jumpy, jumper, jumperoo!
Alright, well, I got the sandwich driving again. Alright, let's see what I can do with this. Because I haven't even gone past Rub-a-Dub 1 today. No, Rub-a-Dub 2, actually. I haven't gone past Rub-a-Dub 2. And even then, the run that I did get to Rub-a-Dub 2 was a bad run. The standard, like I said before, like, I'm at the point now, where my time is kind of good, so but it's still not good enough. So it's going to be as hard to beat as a run could be that isn't good enough to just leave alone. But all I'm asking for is a 9-second PB. If I could even just match the run I had, except, like, I get 1 extra token 2 frame, and I don't make, like, 3 minor mistakes in BBBH, and I literally just get the time, I can still miss, like, 4 2 frames. I can still miss Rub-a-Dub 1 frames. Like, I just, you know, if I can just get the stars to align. Oh my god. What's annoying is that the air, like, even when I do open the window, it usually takes, like 3+ hours for it to make, like, a big difference.
Welcome.
Usually, for the first, like, hour, you can't even tell it's, like, open.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Because, like, it's not like the air outside is that much cooler.
Excitement, adventure, just another day.
I should just, like, tear the entire wall down, like, the literal entire wall, and then
Welcome.
I'll be doing pretty good after that.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. Boing. A manager is always prepared. Simple but satisfying. A manager is always prepared. A manager is always prepared.
Hey.
I should probably make sure that my camera is, like... The problem with, like, having the camera, like, actually get a good portion of my, body or whatever, is that I just, obviously, like, progressively slouch more. I just progressively slouch more as it goes on, as the stream goes on. And sometimes I readjust myself, like I will do right now. I kind of don't like sitting like this, though, because basically there's, like, no room underneath my desk. There's, like, no proper leg room. my left foot is touching, like, 3 different cables, and my foot on the right is making contact with the OSSC. And I would like to do something about it, but it isn't really anything I can do about it.
SpongeBob.
Like, if I want to be able to, like, actually recognize which cable is which, I can't just push all of them to the very back. Like, you know what I mean?
A new path.
Nah, they've been pretty bad, to be honest, but obviously, like, I have hours to correct it. I haven't heard any streaming news, I don't think. I practically get all of my news from Twitter, so it just kind of depends on what's, like, in my algorithm, you know? Because I swear most of my algorithm is just, like, TikToks and, like, cat memes. I can't remember if I knew that or not, so I probably didn't know that. Why did he get arrested? Did he mean it in, like, an expression type of way, or did he literally just say that to get their attention? Yeah, that is not... Like, okay, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie, they probably wouldn't have done shit if he actually told the truth. But obviously, like, you know, the solution isn't to just lie because they got him arrested. Place is so useless.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the
I like how he was, like, an absolute maniac before, and then people, obviously, like, he kind of fed it off, and then
short slide from
people, obviously, like, you know, try and give him a second chance or whatever, and then literally, like, keep in mind, he's a fully grown man, and then he's just
This is a job for
being weird again.
manager.
And he's already been given a second chance, and now he's just, like, being, like, really AIDS.
A manager is always
I really don't think he should be forgiven the second time.
This is a job for a manager.
Yeah, bro, like, he should not be, you know, making content because his platform clearly gaslights him to do shit that he probably would not do otherwise if he didn't have the platform. Yeah, I mean, again, like, that just shows, like, the type of people that go on kick. It's like, when it comes to the popular streamers, it's either people who are greedy, or it's just, like, the worst of the worst that have already been removed elsewhere. And yeah, people kind of do enable it. I mean, like, these streamers, I mean, they should know better either way, but it doesn't help they get gaslit. I think one thing, for example, is, Speed. Obviously, he accidentally showed his dick on stream. He just gets clowned a lot for it now, but I've literally seen memes of him getting compared to fucking Etika. And, like, obviously, that's, you know...
This is a job for
It just kind of makes you wonder, could it happen again? Because when it happened the first time, it was obviously like, we need to learn from this. It might actually just happen again.
Hey.
Oh, or something. Little guy.
I feel like he could, yeah, because he seems pretty fed up. And obviously, like, the issue with the streaming dynamic of your chat bullying you is that you could potentially take it to heart and think that you're genuinely, like, not a good person. However, that's, like, the most effective... It's the most effective, user, you know, chatter to streamer experience, is, like, letting the chat bully you. And, like, kind of bigging it up and just, like, making yourself look stupid on purpose type of thing. Obviously, he has to keep that up because that's what makes him popular, but he might not like it anymore now that he's, like, finally an adult.
A new path.
Yeah, well, that's a kind of example of, like, what the influences chat has on him. But it is just a bunch of, like, 12-year-olds who bully him. He did get banned off Valorant before, because he said to, some woman, like, get back in the kitchen type shit. However, that was after, like, players are, like, being toxic and racist to him. So I'm not gonna lie, like, what's worse, like, racism or sexism? Like, it's, like, racism is gonna be worse. So, like, it's automatically, like, what he did is automatically not as bad. Except it is worse because those people are nobodies and he has a big audience, so he has to, like, behave himself. There's also the clip where he literally just sets off fireworks in his room. I think he does that twice. He did it once, and I swear to God he did it again, like, recently. To be honest, right, like, I don't understand people who have millions of dollars but still go to school. I genuinely don't understand that. Seems like a waste. It's literally stopping you from making the content that gives you the money. I don't understand. And obviously, like these people are gonna have so much money that, like, even if you did lose, like, 2/3 of it, you'd still be set for life, so it's like... No, he's American. But even then, like, he's 18, I'm pretty sure he can... I mean, maybe he isn't in school anymore, but I think he's still in school. Maybe. That is possible, but then... Well, not with speed specifically, but then that makes me wonder other things. Like, you remember Morgs, right? I mean, you must remember Morgs. He dropped out of school at, like, 16, I think. And, you know, his teachers were like, bruh, what are you doing? That's stupid. And the commenters, the YouTubers making videos about him said that that was stupid. I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand how that's stupid. I really don't. If you have enough money to be set for life, like, literally, what is the point of finishing your education if you have the legal ability to not attend school? Genuinely don't see the reason. And it's like, it's just in case, like, YouTube doesn't work out, bruv. But it's like, yeah, but it was working out for him. Like, that was literally the entire point. Like, it does work. He was making, like, millions. Like, I don't... I'm sure he's not making millions now, but if he was smart with his money, he'll be set for life. So, like, why, I don't understand why people were clowning on him for that. And then there are people who choose to keep doing education despite having a bajillion quid. You know Clint Stevens? He'd get, like, 5,000 viewer averages. He just doesn't stream anymore. He streams, like, twice, 3 times a year. And the rest of it is him, like, going to college and university and shit, and I genuinely... I would not do that in a million years. And I could never comprehend actually doing that. Just throwing away everything that you put into streaming. To get an education, to make less money than you were getting on Twitch. I don't understand how like, why anybody would do that. Yeah, he had like 5K viewer averages on Twitch. Yeah, but he quit years ago, though. Like, way before, like, Twitch became, like, fucking shit. I'm sure he was getting a really good revenue split from Twitch. Literally, like, it just feels like you're throwing everything away. And so, you're doing something, right? So you go back to school, so you're throwing away, like, just being able to be set for life. Being your own boss, being able to do whatever you want, whenever you want. Just throwing that whole thing away to be in a horrible, failing education system to make less money in the end, like unless you strike really, like, unless you strike gold with a really good job. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, you know, people can do whatever they want, but I really do feel like that's a wasted opportunity. I think most people would kill to be able to quit education to do Twitch instead. I think like 85% of people would rather do Twitch. Like, an issue with Twitch is that they could just ban you for no reason, but like he wasn't even like he never like criticized Twitch really, so he wouldn't get banned for something like that. So there's nothing to hate him for, therefore he wouldn't get banned. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I keep in mind, all that time that he spent into education, he could have spent that time streaming, and then he'd have loads of money. So even if he did find a job that paid just as much, he'd actually still be effectively making less, because now he's got to pay off college and university debts, and he could have spent all that time streaming. So
Nothing like a little man type stuff.
I'm a small guy, so I would like never get banned for like being, you know. I definitely like that. You definitely can get them on your bad side though. But that's usually if you're like big. It'll not really affect me, you know. It is weird, though. I actually have seen some Twitch staff, like, in smaller streamers' chats. Of course that would happen. It took 7 years to get back here, so that had to happen. What, yep, okay. Cool. Okay, I guess I just can't do it anymore. Even though I've done it 1,000 times, I can't do it anymore. How the hell was that better? I literally, like... Okay, so the first 2 attempts... No, the first 3 attempts, I went more wide to avoid the hitbox, and then I get hit by the hitbox. And then these 2 times in a row, I go more inward, and it somehow works, even though that doesn't make any sense. There was no reason for those 3 to work, but I guess I just gotta do the setup wrong for it to work now, so it's cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people like websites, even if they act like they despise them with how much they complain about them. With how much people complain about YouTube, you genuinely think that it's like, that YouTube is like a place for fucking, I don't know, like criminal activity or something. When a lot of the time it's usually just like... YouTube took down my video for 2 hours, but because I'm a big YouTuber, I got it back up, and then everybody's like, this is the problem with YouTube. And it's like, yeah, YouTube shouldn't be doing that. But if you're a really big channel, and your video mistakenly got taken down, there is basically no harm to it at all, pretty much. if you're a big YouTuber, you probably upload frequently. If you upload frequently, then even though a video getting demonetized will fuck it in the algorithm, that's one video. You'll be fine. Plus, like, if you're big, you'll just guaranteed get a response from YouTube on Twitter. Like, you're fine. But those people always act like it's the end of the world. It's almost like they're mad on smaller creators' behalf or something, except they project it incorrectly, so it just sounds like they only care about themselves.
Bikini Bottom, the manager is here.
Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just
YouTube literally took down my video. It took an entire 4 hours to get the video back up.
welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Criticizing YouTube does well in the algorithm, so TBH, like, if you have to ride the algorithm to, like, do it as your full-time job or whatever, like, you probably would make videos criticizing YouTube.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared.
I do agree that all websites have a bad side, at least when it comes to, like, big notable ones, they all have bad sides. Like, well, you know, TikTok, making people have mushy brains, but also just having a lot of, like, weird, like, content on there, like... For example. And, like, apparently they give you, like, a shitty revenue split for streaming as well. I guess that's one issue with multi-streaming. If somebody was going to, like, make a Twitch account just for you, but then you stream on TikTok as well, and then they watch you on TikTok, and then they give you money, like, that, like, you're getting, like, none of the money. Because TikTok takes, like, 80% of it or something. It's something insane like that. At least they did before. I'm not sure if they do now. I was about to say that I think their biggest issue is ads, but then I remembered that that is, like, to do with finance. I have a friend who basically, like, they used to watch me more often, but they pretty much said, like, I don't watch you nearly as much anymore because of how bad the ads are. And they used to pay for Twitch Turbo, and then Twitch increased the price of Twitch Turbo. I think originally it was, like, I think it was like $8 or something, and now it's like $12.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not necessarily pointing fingers, but I kind of feel like it's PewDiePie's fault. For the most part. So yeah, I'm pointing fingers for I'm pointing fingers. The joke was that I said I wasn't gonna point fingers, but then I point fingers. But I do feel like it is kind of like because. So do you remember when he got like some like African kids or whatever to like write and say like something pretty bad? I'm not gonna say it out loud, but something, you know, involving Jewish people and stuff. So that happened, and obviously articles got written about him. Okay, not, like, the worst thing in the world, you know, YouTube was like, alright, you know, a little iffy, but, like, okay, like, it's, you know. And then he just decided to just say the N-word, like, on a stream, and then I feel like he fucked everyone over. Because that's really when the demonetization theory really kicked into full force. That's when it was like, oh my god, YouTube's biggest star is racist? And whether or not he is, should have kept it to himself at least. I mean, goddamn. That really fucked everyone over. Now you just get demonetized for saying fuck. You're not allowed to swear in the first, like, 30 seconds of your video, I think it is. It's something like that.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep,
Did they? That's much better than at least, but
just another day
good.
in the life of a manager.
I'm not saying that 2016 was like a golden age of YouTube or anything like that. I'm not setting up another joke. It was a pretty bad time, I feel like, looking back at it. And there were more things that
Coming through.
they were probably too lenient with the monetization.
Corners.
Because, like, every iDubbbz video had him saying, like, F slurs and N words, and they just all get monetized while also bullying people.
This is a job.
But I will say, like, you know, it felt... people felt more real in 2016, I guess. That is, like, the one thing that I think is better about 2016 YouTube, is that people felt more real. Because they could be, because you'd get monetized for basically fucking saying whatever you want. Well, yeah, it's not a smooth journey, it's just that, you know, you shouldn't have to be on a platform where YouTube can just be like, we kinda don't like you, so, your entire channel's gone. And then we'll take, like, 4 weeks to get back to you, because you only have, like, 5,000 subscribers. If we ever get back at all, you're lucky if we get back to you, let alone actually fix your problem, let alone in a reasonable amount of time. Well, yeah, what people normally do is they either make YouTube videos and then have a Patreon and then stream on YouTube, or they stream on Twitch and have a Patreon. Having a Patreon is practically mandatory now. If you have, like... If you have under, like, 200k or something, you would, like, have to have a Patreon. Even if you only have, like, 15 supporters or something, that's more than 0. So, yeah. And it's really good as well, because, like, the people who generally get paid, like, you know, is usually people who make, like, the long videos. And you can literally just, like, for Patreon, you can, like, let people see those videos, like, sooner. Literally, right? If your video's 2 hours long, every time you make a half-an-hour chunk of it, you can literally just upload it to Patreon. Like, give people something to watch. Hell, you can even get free feedback from them, and then if they suggest anything, you can add it into the video. It's pretty good. Because it's just content that you would have made anyway, so it's, but... you can more reliably make it. I want to make more YouTube videos and get paid. However, movie is not really a game you're gonna get paid for. I'd have to make different content, but I've kind of pigeonholed myself. Yeah. Like, it must be, like, very stressful to just, like, need that, because there could just be a random day where, like, a third of your Patreon supporters are just like, I don't want to support you anymore, either I can't afford it or I just don't feel like it anymore, you know, etc. And then it's like, damn, I'm kind of fucked. Especially, like, apparently, YouTubers don't upload in January very often because you get less money. You don't get as much AdSense. So a lot of them just take January off, so, like, January's really dry for content. Although some people upload on January because then there's less competition, so you might be able to, like, get the video in the algorithm, but I don't know.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
But yeah, if you're trying to grow, I feel like YouTube's probably more profitable than Twitch for, like, smaller creators. Yeah. I've just, like, it's hard to describe, but, like, people don't need to, like, actually give you money on YouTube. They just click on your video and you get money, technically. And because, like, it's a lot easier for somebody to just click on a video, watch one ad, and just give, you know, and then click, you know. Just with the, like, how the algorithm works and stuff, you're just more likely to get more clicks and therefore more money than if you're on Twitch. Unless you had a really dedicated fan base that really, really wanted to give you $5, which does happen sometimes. But generally, when you're small, I feel like you usually get more money from just making YouTube videos. Yeah. Then again, though, like, then it would depend on, like, do you get more ad revenue for streaming on Twitch compared to YouTube? You know, do more people, like, on Twitch, like, sub to you compared to YouTube? Or give you bits or whatever, yeah. But yeah, you are right, though. I've seen people stream on Twitch. Like, let's say they have, like, 100,000 viewers, 100,000 subscribers, rather, on YouTube. They will sometimes just have, like, 150 viewers or whatever on Twitch, or, like, 200 viewers. And then on YouTube, they'd get, like, 800. Like, because you don't have to get people to, like, switch over, you know? Or hell, even smaller YouTubers, like, who have, like, 60k subs, they'll usually get, like, 100 viewer averages or whatever, like, you get more. Again, the issue with YouTube is that your streams don't really grow, but they're still, like, a good size, like, if you've been making a lot of content on YouTube. And as long as people are giving you the goods, aka the money, then, you know, it works out. YouTube really needs to, like, make finding streams easier. Literally just, like, steal, like, Twitch's algorithm or the directory or something. And then, unironically, they could actually potentially beat out Twitch in the long term as a streaming service. Because if YouTube could provide a streaming service that's at least as good as Twitch consistently, while also still being the significantly better platform for uploading actual content to, then YouTube would just win. Of course, Twitch will have his loyal fan base, but in the long term, Twitch will just die if YouTube actually gets his act together. But it feels like it never will. YouTube and Nintendo have, like, the same problem of loving money and hating money. Like, when it's just, like, when it's, like, the easiest thing in the universe to just stomp out the competition and make loads of money, like, they just never want to do it. They only want to make money if it just fucking inconveniences everybody. They've beaten them out in that regard, but what they haven't beaten them out on is actually being able to find streams. Like I said before, I've never been recommended a stream from a channel I'm not subscribed to. It's literally never happened. I genuinely have never been recommended a stream. They need a proper directory like Twitch.
A rolling sponge gathers no barnacles.
They also need to be way less demonetized happy. Because, like I said before, if you have, like, Twitch, if you have a Streamlabs overlay thingy on your OBS, one person can say fuck and just ruin your life. I swear a lot, so probably. Wow, that was actually really good.
I found one last.
Yeah, no, it would. It would get demonetized because I swear a lot. Also, Goofy Goober Rock, so it would literally just get demonetized anyway.
You have to.
Hello, Six and Shrimp Man. What's up? Hold on, I gotta get some pussy real quick. Pussy acquired. Alright, cool. This is the furthest I've gone today. And the run is, luckily pretty fucking good. Hello. I should probably upload more to YouTube in general. I'm not even just talking, like, scripted videos, like... I made a video before... Alright, not a video. I was thinking of doing... So, you know when I did the movie Backwards mod stream? I was thinking of, like, uploading it as, like, a highlight thingy to YouTube, and I just didn't. Because that is either the type of thing that do well in the algorithm or just completely flop. But either way, like, it was worth trying. But looked back at the VOD and I felt like it wasn't, like, not the mod itself, but my reactions to things weren't interesting enough, I guess. It especially doesn't help that I couldn't finish the hack, because I got a fucking infinite load for the first time ever. So I lost my save and I couldn't, like, properly beat the game. Dude, it took this long to get a run going, and now the run sucks.
Super spin cycle.
A company having, like, essentially, like, a monopoly over, like, the streaming services, streaming platforms. Like, that used to be a problem, but considering now that you can, like, stream on Kick and YouTube, like, it's not really, like, a monopoly anymore. Plus, like, YouTube's getting better. But I don't think YouTube will ever, like... I don't think YouTube will ever, like, have a monopoly over, the company. I don't think they will be the only ones left standing in 10 years, put it like that. Because they're too fucking stupid to just, like... do the obvious shit that would just, like, run Twitch out of business. But that's just how YouTube has always rolled, I guess. Because, like, YouTube is finally posing a threat, but I feel like Twitch is not shaking in the boots right now because YouTube is YouTube. Hello, Bottle. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're having a good day. I've been alright, thanks. I go on vacation in 2 days, so I'm really trying to get a good time in this category. Because obviously I could just keep playing the category when I come back, but I really don't want to. I feel like it'd be really satisfying to, you know. And also, this is like my 8th stream or something of this category. Like, I really should have gone a good run by now. I feel like. That's pretty cool, 6. I think, in particular, I think the SpongeBob controller is quite rare. I have the Patrick PS2 controller, though. It's used and not in great shape, but I got it for, like, £15, like, years ago, so I definitely think it was, like, worth it. The only thing I question with Twitch is why they have Amazon if Amazon is not doing anything for them in terms of financial support. Well, there is Twitch Prime, though I will say, though, I mean, I get what you're saying, like, I don't know, basically is my answer. I don't know. Because, like, why would Twitch need to cut streamers' revenue, like, after being bought by Amazon? Like, unironically, I wonder if Amazon, like, actually stripped the budget of Twitch instead of, like, expanding it. In that case, they're effectively just getting less money then. Because if they have, like, the exact same money but as before, except they have to give a cut to Amazon, then they have less money. That would be cool, 6. Me, personally, like, I'd be, like, I wouldn't want to... If a controller's, like, that unique and rare, I would be so, like, scared to use it. Nah, they own Twitch. They've owned Twitch for a while now, I think.
King me. How was that for you?
It's a little scary that Amazon even bought it out in the first place, because Twitch was big and successful. So you wouldn't have thought they'd get bought out by anybody, but they did. It kind of reminds me about how Microsoft, like, bought Mojang. Like, you wouldn't expect it at first. But then again, when you're offered $2 billion fucking dollars, I mean, I guess, you know, that's a lot of money.
I wish this place had something to read.
Yeah, what I've noticed with some companies is that even if something is generating them a profit, if it's not a big enough profit, then they'll literally just be like, oh, well, we don't want to be part of a sinking ship, we don't want to look bad, so we're just axing now, lol. Hopefully that doesn't happen with Twitch. I don't think it will. Because they're working on it, you gotta wait a little bit. They're working on it, and they will be delivered with Prime delivery. No, make no mistake. Please don't be too early. Fuck you, dude. I balled him a few frames too early. That sucks.
I wish this place had something to read. Oh!
Thank you for the good luck.
Echo! Echo! Echo!
Yeah, exactly. We want to see these sites do better, but the problem is that they often don't have to do better because they're virtually guaranteed to never die. However, I feel like Twitch, like, there's finally, like, some, like, well, it's more likely to crumble now than ever, but it's still very unlikely. It's more so if things keep progressing the way that they are, but I think they might finally be learning that they gotta, you know, step things up and shit. Which is why they brought back, like, the partner program thingy to give people, like, a bigger cut again. So, yeah. Although, if you're just an average partner, and you only make 50%, isn't it kind of pointless to be a partner then, compared to an affiliate, for the most part? You get more emotes, but... and I think you can stream at a higher bitrate. But my bitrate's already pretty high, it doesn't really need to go any higher. I guess it's more so the symbolization. You know, it's more... like, having the badge next to your name, it shows, it's a reward, it's you proving that you have pulled your own weight and have actually accomplished something on the website. That's the way that I see it, anyway. It'd be a feels good. The only reason why I wouldn't feel good about being partner is if I, like, fell off and had bad stats for a partner. I think people are also just attracted to the tick. Maybe people are more likely to click on your stream if you have the tick. I feel like that's entirely possible. People are attracted to things like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, even though that's a lot of partners, like, this... I mean, there's a lot of people with, like, over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Doesn't mean that it's not, like, awesome if you can do it yourself, you know what I mean? He's not a partner. That sucked. Yeah, I had no idea that he was an affiliate. I have no idea why he would be an affiliate and not a partner. Either somebody at Twitch hates him, or he just never signed up to become a partner. Yeah. I think Tyler 1 has a contract, so he's forced to stream like a certain number of hours a week or something, I think. For getting the jumps, 111 is horrible. I can make this work, though. I'm gonna lose like 4 to 5 off the gold, though. That's insane if it's 80. They're probably like, well, I mean, she's a woman, so I mean, you know.
Plankton is used.
Fuck you.
Jumping, jumper, jumperoo! Macho stuff.
At the same time, though, you also can't be mad at people for being mad that their experience is just objectively worse than what it was before because of the company's own, like, problems. Twitch has made some financial oopsie-daisies before, so we get negatively affected for if they make a blunder. Even though it's not our fault.
Just like walking on ice cream. Ugh.
It does go both ways. Thing is, though, it's, I can still hate on Amazon for not giving Twitch, like, you know, more money. So it's still, like, even though it could necessarily not be, it might not necessarily be Twitch's fault, but even then it'd certainly be Amazon's fault. And then you can still blame the evil, greedy corporation like you can with, like, basically anything wrong with the planet. I hope I have enough.
That wasn't so tough.
I think I will.
Macho stuff.
4307. That's, I don't know. Fuck off. Okay, I have enough, but I hope I'm not on a bad cycle now from getting hit from the TNT. Dude.
Nothing can stop the mighty stun.
I knew it. I hope that doesn't lose a lot. I can't remember. Because in no pole storage, that basically always happens anyway. So I don't know the timing for, like, actually having that happen in a category like this. Like, 7. Hello, Clux. How's it hanging? Thank you for the good luck. I like KFC. Kentucky Fried D's.
The manliness has landed.
Me and Jam usually get like 20-something pound of KFC. I don't know what's going on with my stomach, though, because together it's like 25 pound or something. I don't know how many euros or dollars that is. I was eating like KFC like a champ, like not dying, but as of recent, when I have like fish and chips and stuff, I can't have dessert afterwards, like even though I've literally gained weight, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's probably a good thing, I guess, but it's just like, bruh. If I'm gonna eat less, at least like make me lose weight, like bro. 40, damn. My face went Kentucky Fried Chicken like a boss. Mountain Dew is so good. The best thing ever, bro.
To get to Shell's.
Usually what happens with me is I coast, and then I gain a bit, and then I coast, and I gain a bit, and I coast, and I gain a bit. But, like, in instances where I, like, gain weight, like, a lot of weight at once because Jam's home or whatever, and I gain a bunch of weight, I usually lose it all. But I gained, like, 7 or 8 pounds when he was here for, like, a week. And I've only lost, like, 3 pounds So I'm still up like 4.
We're men.
And, like, I used to be, like, a twig, and then ever since 2019, when I gained 13 pounds in a month, and I didn't do anything to my diet. I literally gained 13 for no reason. And ever since then, I coast and then gain, and coast and gain, and so on. It's really annoying. Even try to, like, be healthier, like, even exercise in a couple times in my life, try to exercise as well as eating healthier, and it just doesn't do anything. Like, the only way for me to lose weight is literally just to eat less. Like, that's just, like, the only way I've been able to do it. Yeah. If you're looking to lose weight, you know, that's definitely... You know, you don't even necessarily... I mean, it depends on what you want to do. But me personally, like, I don't want to eat healthy. But you might want to. But I just want to lose weight. Of course that happened. I just want to go on record with saying that that is, like, the closest I've ever been to the pressure plate without Patrick actually putting the melon on the pressure plate. And I didn't get the token, so the run's dead. Absolute bullshit.
Slipping.
And that would have also failed, by the way, because the game just randomly decided to not lag, so that's also really cool. It just decided to not lag. I genuinely, like, words cannot describe how much I fucking hate this category. I genuinely hate it so much. It is one of the most toxic categories I've ever played in a video game. How the fuck did that work? Fuck you. That shouldn't, in no circumstances, should have worked. That's so bullshit. Okay, yeah, that first one didn't work, but the one where I literally didn't get enough lag and I was further away worked. Yeah, okay. Like, how am I supposed to have, like, a good mentality when, like, all the bad stuff always happens to me?
Welcome.
And now I'm not gonna get there for the entire rest of the stream, so that's really cool. I'm gonna be stuck in, like, no cheese to 3K for, like, 2 hours. And then I'll miss Rub It Up Skip when I finally get there, and then... At the very end of the stream, when I don't want to get a run going anymore, then I'll get a run going. When it's, like, the most inconvenient thing possible. And then, after all that, I'll either PB by 2 seconds, or I won't PB at all. Because then the run will die to something unfair again.
Manager coming through.
And that's the story of my life.
This is a job for a manager. Manager coming through. Boing.
I used to go on the treadmill every day. And I gained weight. I also cut down on carbonated drinks when I started gaining weight. And that's really what pisses me off. I just eat more healthy and just less than before, than a few years ago, and I still gain weight. It's just like, what, like... Like, what is the point? I used to eat, like, I used to eat fast food, like, every, like, 2 weeks or something, and now I eat fast food, like, once every few months, and I still am gaining. So what was the point? I might as well just eat KFC every other week, because apparently if you eat KFC every other week, then you actually become slimmer, apparently, so apparently I need to do that. Like, unironically, it makes me feel like I have to eat fast food, because how else could, like, why would I drop it and then gain weight? That makes literally no sense. The only possible explanation is that fast food was making me lose weight somehow.
SpongeBob.
How come you stopped eating burgers? Also, the run count is 777. Really? Is it possible that you had a burger that sucked, and now every time you have a burger, it gives you, like, repressed burger memories, and now you hate burgers? Yeah, like, your tolerance changes depending on what you get accustomed to. The most obvious example is how many teas you, how many sugars you put in your tea. You know, average person does about 2 to 3. Jam does half a sugar. And my parents do 1 sugar, and they all used to be, like, much higher. But it's buggy. The cheese. Are you lactose intolerant? I'm lacking toes. Ladies, send me toes. I didn't have that one. It was, It's kind of funny, though. You have to brush your teeth. Mountain Dew is really sweet, but... God, it's so good, bro. I've had some American hot chocolate before, and it was, like, the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. It was like you took UK hot chocolate and put in, like, 3 times the amount of powder. That's what it tasted like. Clicks, I think what you're trying to tell me is that you're lacking in toes. The video that I watched, I was trying to get over, like, kind of, like, fear of the dentist. So I was, like, watching videos of, like, this dentist from America or whatever. She had other videos, too. I started watching those. And she said while it's technically personal preference, she believes it's better to brush your teeth. Basically, you shouldn't brush your teeth immediately after eating, because you might accidentally spread the food around your mouth rather than get rid of it. So you want to, like, wash your mouth out with water and stuff, and then wait, like, 30 minutes after eating, and then brush your teeth. Is what she said. Or you can brush your teeth, like, 30 minutes before, and then eat. To keep the toothpaste on for longer, but yeah. One thing and I got some other tips as well. Such as, like, because... Okay, so... People you know how people, like, wash their mouth out with water after brushing their teeth? I never did that, because it was always like, well, you're gonna wash out the toothpaste that you just put on your teeth. That's stupid. But then I never realized I literally do that with mouthwash. So I stopped doing it. So now I only use mouthwash, like, in the middle of the day, usually. Usually, what will happen is that I will eat a meal, then I will wash my mouth out with water, then I will use mouthwash, and then I'll keep it on for the entirety of stream. And then I eat, and then I wait 30 minutes, you know, in that time I shower or whatever. And then, when I'm done, then I go brush my teeth. So, it works out pretty good, I feel like. Hey, Curtis, D's nuts in it, ooh, okay. Thank you for the good luck, Curtis. I just lost world record pace to the most bullshit thing in the entire Wii universe, I'll tell you that. I did a buffer, and it, like, clearly should have worked, and then it didn't work. And then I got a buffer that just didn't generate enough lag, and it worked. Even though I was further away from the token, and it didn't generate lag, so it makes, like, literally no sense. Fucking 8 movie. What did you say in it? I love that we have a food here that's just called the F slur. Like, it's like actually the funniest fucking thing ever. Like, you're just allowed to say it because it's food. Like, it's on the menu of, like, most chip shops. Like, you literally just, like... You just, if you want to eat it, then you just get to say it. It's bizarre. You said the T word. When? I'm working on my Gen 3 living decks, and I have discovered that I don't have a save file of Ruby or Sapphire. Which is after I just got done replaying XD because I didn't have a save file on that. What happened to your save files, then? Cool, at Clerks. I think, like... I just think it's... So keep in mind, we already say it anyway for cigarettes, and then... Because everybody smokes in the UK, so everybody says it. All the time. And then you get to say it for food as well. It's kind of insane. We say it more than actual gay people. Well, not when I say we, I don't mean me. I don't say it. I'm a good boy. But I'm just saying, like everyone else does. Oh, that sucks, Curtis. Man, well, I guess you're just gonna have to play them again. Big fan. You know what's another British thing that I think is funny? Because, like, fanny in the US kind of just means, like, ass, but, like, in the UK it means, like, pussy. So, like, nobody ever says fanny here.
We're men. Just roll with it, I always say.
Yeah, I feel bad for you, but, I mean, maybe you could, I mean, if you wanted to make it more fun, you could make it like a proper Sapphire playthrough, and then just get those things on the way, maybe, I don't know. Oh my god, dude. It's always something.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
I'm gonna continue this, but I'm not happy about it. Because, basically, like, what for shiny hunting, I got Japanese leaf green. So I just did a casual playthrough. And I just made it like a challenge run type thing, because I don't know what the next Pokemon is gonna be. So it was like a bit of a challenge, and I don't even know what moves. I have to constantly check, so I frequently made the wrong moves rather than what I meant to do and shit like that. So I feel, you know, that was pretty fun. I enjoyed that. You know what I hate about the Japanese Pokemon games, though? If you try to use English characters, you can only fit, like, 5 characters in the name for some reason. Like, you just have, like, no characters to make the names. So it's, like, really hard to make up, like, good nicknames. I think in, Ruby, no, it was Sapphire, I think I just named my Trico, like, Tree or something, because I don't know what else to call it. I can't even call it something like Branch, there's literally, like, not enough, like, characters for that.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another
Also,
day
I would not
of
exactly
manager.
phrase it like that, Clicks. Of being a, quote, good boy.
It's a
End
short
quote.
slide from manager to, well, not manager. Manager coming through. These just ooze macho. Manager coming through.
Fuck you.
Manager coming through.
Hello, Crow. Welcome back from the first class. More like, your school's full of second-class citizens, and all the first-class citizens are in this chat right now watching movie. Ooh, that was a roast. Ooh, that was crazy. Sag. You fell off. Like a boss. I don't remember saying like a boss for like the entirety of last stream. I might actually not have said it. If so, then that might genuinely be the first stream where I haven't said like a boss. I know I've said it like twice today, other than me explaining it now. Like, other than that, I've said it twice. It's like the funniest thing you can ever say. This shit bussin' like a boss. Your mum. I'm spreading mayo on your mum's buns. Yeah, I kinda did fall off. I fell off because I can't get a good time in ETU, bro.
Welcome.
Even that run, that was actually on, like, realistic 1x pace.
Citizens of Bikini Bottom.
Even that run missed a Dennis 1 frame, and, I effectively missed 2 because I got a shitty Dennis 2, but got the 1 frame, so it was like the equivalent of not getting it, so I basically missed 2 Dennis 1 frames. And I missed, an SCDA 1 frame, and my SCDA was bad.
Welcome.
Like, in general, even outside of that. And my guest jumps are kinda mid.
Citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Chicken. I like chicken.
Yep.
Cow and chicken.
Adventure. Just another day. in the life of a manager.
Cow. Chicken. Cow and chicken. I'm not gonna lie though, that intro is unironically like not good because like you don't gain anything from like you have no idea other than like the actual tone of the music. You cannot tell like what the show is actually going for. Like considering Cow is said first, you can kind of infer that even though they're both big main characters, like cow is like 1% more of a main character than chicken. But that's basically all you get. What was up with cartoons, by the way, and never showing what the parents look like? I don't know why, they always used to do that. Yeah, and the devil.
The manliness.
I haven't watched Cow and Chicken in a while. Maybe I should watch an episode sometime.
Jumping, jumper, jumperoo.
Wow, that was pretty fast.
SpongeBob.
Bruh. Dude, Pokemon's always been so terrible with, like... considering, like, the entire idea from the very beginning was to catch them all, they really make it as hard as possible, don't they? But yeah, luckily, Fire Red does not have a battery or anything that, you know... Although Fire Red is still pretty expensive, but if you can get your hands on it, then, you know. I really like Fire Red. I think it's a great game. Luckily, I bought it before the prices got out of hand. I think they actually dropped recently, but Fire Red and Leaf Green are both, like, in the mid to high 40s, I think. Whereas I bought Fire Red when it was, like, 25. And Jam bought Leaf Green when it was, like, 32. You know what, like, one of the worst Pokemon is to get in, like, Gens 3 and 4, arguably, is probably Milotic. Because, like, Feebas is, like, unusable, and it's extremely hard to find, and then it needs, like, a high beauty stat or whatever. Like, that whole thing just, like, sucks. You gotta, like, you know, like, in the contest building thingy, there's, like, ways to make blocks, and you have to, like, find out the right recipes, mix them good, and then you'll get, like, high-quality berries or some shit, and then you gotta feed, like, 1,000 of them to fucking Feebas. Basically, it's bad. I just, like... So, because of that, I'll just never use a Milotic in a Gen 3 playthrough, because, like, how the fuck... Like, who is expected to do that in a casual playthrough, dude? It's, like, kind of the opposite, of Gyarados, and I want to use it because it's cool. It's a Gen 3 Pokemon that I will never get to use, and it's frustrating.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. Up to daisy! It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Yeah. You might need to, like,
Little man type
look up some sort of tutorial.
This is a job for a manager.
Oh, okay, that's good.
This is a job for a manager.
You know, of all the changes the Platinum made, there is one that's like really weird. You know, like if you have all the Reggies and then you get like the Ice Key or whatever to get Regigigas. In Diamond and Pearl it's level 70. In Platinum it's a level 1. I have no idea why they did that. I don't even remember how you get the Ice Key, to be honest. Is it just transferring the Reggies? I can't remember. Oh. Bleh. Well, that's not too bad then, I guess. So you basically just need to beat the game, pretty much. I think I said this before, but I wanted to get the Living Dex in Alpha Sapphire, and I only got like 40% of the way through, and I gave up. It felt like I spent an eternity on it, and I still like it wasn't even at the halfway point. And like I needed some Pokemon from Pokemon Y, but like I didn't want to play Pokemon Y. Basically, I gotta play Pokemon Y if I ever wanna do that again. I've been meaning to play Y though, so that's not like the end of the world. I just thought it'd be so cool to, like, catch every Pokemon, and along the way, it's like, oh, I'm bound to find a shiny as well, and then I can also get the shiny charm. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like to use it for, like, long hunts, because even though the shiny odds are improved, I have effectively worse odds of finding, static Pokemon in the remake compared to the original, because I have, like, 4 Game Boys I can use, and I can reset really fast. On 3DS, it literally takes like 40 to 45 seconds to soft reset for a fucking... for a static encounter, and I only can do at most 2 per, so at that point it's just better to do, like, Game Boys. So if I could, like, use a shiny charm, I wouldn't feel bad about it. Normally I wouldn't like the idea of using the shiny charm, but, like, it's different when it comes to something like that. Also, I have the Shiny Charm in Let's Go Pikachu and, well, no, Let's Go Eevee, but I've never used it. I already felt like it was too easy to get shinies in that game, and that would just make it, like, worse. That is really cringe. I can't say that's... I've done very little transferring, but yeah, that's... Sorry to hear that's cringe. Dude, you are really dedicated, Jesus Christ. I couldn't even get myself to do it in one game. I mean, granted, if I worked my way up, it'd be a little better, but still. Well, I say work my way up. I wouldn't want to start with fucking red and blue. I'd start with ruby, sapphire, fire red, and leaf green, because then that's when you can first get everything. You can also, like, print out, like, e-reader cards and shit to, like, get Jirachi and stuff like that. Or you can use a flashcard to do the equivalent of attending the event and, like, naturally send it over to your file. Thank you for the good luck. Have fun in class. Also, your mum fell off on my dick. Are you, is living dex when you catch, like, so you'd have a Mudkip and a Marshtomp and a Swampert in the PC? Yeah, dude, that's even crazier then. Because, like, it's a pain in the ass anyway to get the, like, it's a pain in the ass, like, let's say you trade over Trico and you gotta level it up to level 36, like that, but then, you gotta trade over another one, so you gotta restart your game again, and then trade it over. And then evolve it into fucking Grovyle, and then you gotta restart your game again, get Trico again, trade it over again, and then you're done, and it's just like, bruh. Also, I don't have cartridges to, actually do a living dex. Because, like, all my, like, my files are set up for, like, shiny hunting, like, I mean, I could do a lot, to be fair, but then, like, I don't have much money, and, like, basically, I have shiny Kyogre, but I don't have shiny Groudon, and then I wouldn't have enough money to just go and catch everything that isn't Groudon, so I'd have to, like, kill Groudon to beat the Elite Four to get more money to catch everything, but then I can't get Groudon shiny, so it's like, bruh. That being said, I do have one more Ruby copy I could use. I have 2 English copies and 1 Japanese copy. So I could up my Ruby count to 3 if I play the game again. Which I really don't want to do. I'm running out of Smeargles, and I already, like, I can't be asked to, like, cheat anymore. Isn't it impossible, wait, is it impossible to fill out the living dex in, Gen 1 because of how few spaces you have, or is it doable because there's only 151 Pokemon? I actually do have, 2 Game Boys, and I have, a Game Boy link cable, so I actually could, like, get the dex and, complete the dex in Gen 1. There's no reason to, but I can. Dude, Gen 1 and Gen 2 must have been so good when they came out. They must have been, like, masterpieces, but now they fucking suck. Alright, that's good then. I hate that it makes you save the game every time you switch boxes. I've played them quite a few times. Wow. When it comes to specifically Gen 2, yeah, I've only beaten it like once or twice. Yeah, it was twice. When it comes to Gen 1, I've beaten it quite a few times, but it was for like the novelty when I was a kid of like... Because I already had Fire Red, and then my uncle gave me Pokemon Yellow, and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. And I do cherish it still, you know, like it's cool. But obviously I'm not gonna actually, other than glitches, I'm not actually gonna like properly play it. Especially when you can get them on the 3DS Virtual Console, I can even just inject them onto the 3DS, even though the eShop's down.
A rolling sponge gathers no barnacles.
Gen 3 is the first generation that I feel like genuinely still holds up. I think it's held back a lot by the lack of a physical special split, but I do think that it's held up very well. And I genuinely think the Fire Red and Leaf Green are better better versions of Kanto compared to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. A lot of people on the internet seem to not agree with that, but My based opinion reigns supreme. Okay, no, I actually need to grind this because this is actually, like, it's being bad specifically today, and the muscle memory is not going to go away unless I grind it. I literally need to grind it for like 5 fucking minutes or something. In Let's Go, there's no abilities, I think, and, the wild encounters aren't, like, proper encounters, so it's hard, like, well, it's just not as cool. Additionally, it doesn't have the Sevi Islands, nor does it have an expanded Pokedex beyond the Kanto Dex. So even for the entire game, you're stuck with Onyx, you're stuck with Golbat, you know? Like, the only big issue I have with Fire Red and Leaf Green, obviously physical special split, but also, they don't let you evolve Gen 1 Pokemon into Gen 2 Pokemon until you beat in the game, which is, like, actually lame as fuck, because all of the Pokemon that can't evolve suck. So they're, like, unusable. That's it, those are the only issues I have. Prime's popularity, I mean, it's very popular literally just from Logan Paul and KSI. They don't even need any sort of, like, mascot. They are the mascots.
You have to.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
Hey, a desert. The bottom of
I'm so glad the Latte made a practice mod for the 1-frame jumps. I get them more often now. It's definitely noticeable. Practicing them before was so slow. You literally have one shot, and then if you miss it, you gotta reload. And then talk to Mindy again, like, watch the fade-in again. Anyway, yeah, I can't really recommend Let's Go unless you really like all the Pokemon being in the overworld. Or, like, you really want to, like, shiny hunt and shit. It is cool that they have Pokemon following you in that game.
it's too.
I'd imagine that the reason why is that, you know, for people who are, like, new to the stream or whatever, like, they see all my other splits and they're just riddled with, like, meme names, so it's like, oh, I want to join in on that, whereas, like, these splits had to start from scratch, like, they were, because I've never played this category on stream before until, like, the past, like, week and a half or something, so none of them had meme names. In fact, the cover is still the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Like, nobody's changed the cover.
Yeah, there's no barnacles.
Which I think it might be the only one to, other than other extensions categories. Never. I saw people asking for, like, Frogfish all extras, and I thought about it in my head, and it's actually kind of lame. Basically, because you need Slam for BBBH, like, I already, like, figured out pretty much, like, what the route is. Yeah, I think people assume that it'd be cool because you need Slam for BBBH, but it's just not. Again, I already, like, mostly figured it out. So obviously you'd, obviously, into BBBH, you have to get every N-level token. So that's 5 tokens, theoretically. 5 tokens minimum into BBBH. And then one of the tokens you collect for the 10 is literally just BBBH N level, because it doesn't waste a load, because you were going to have to reload to the beginning of the level anyway. So all it wastes is talking to Mindy in extra time, which loses like 3 seconds. So you would grab BBBH, that's 6 tokens. Then, you'd grab Weenie, because the only time that's lost is loading into Frogfish and menuing, so it's like 7-second tokens, so you absolutely would do Weenie. So now you have 7 tokens. And then, you would definitely upgrade, you would definitely unlock Cartwheel, because you want to do more damage to Frogfish, and because you're gonna be doing a lot of BBBH, so you really want Cartwheel. And then if you're gonna get Cartwheel, then you might as well get Bounce, because that's like a 10-12 second token after unlocking Cartwheel. So now you have 8 tokens. So the final 2 that you would collect would either be Creek and Steam Dooley, or Bungie and Steam Dooley. Like, I have no doubt it'd be one of those 2. And then when it comes to the actual extras, like, it's not cool. Like, it really isn't. No cheese is just no cheese. Depression, you don't get to do Guitar Glide for that 1 extra, so you have to get it casually, and it's like a 50-second extra, and is actually lame as fuck. Sandwich Driving, the extra removes, Sandwich out of bounds, which means it's just a nothing segment, you do nothing, so it's lame. You can't even theoretically do Park out of bounds. Not even in theory, because there's an extra, like, where you would do Park out of bounds. It literally just, like, you can't... It's just lame as fuck. 3K is just pretty basic, like... The first extra is just kind of on the way, not really, like, hard at all. The second extra, you would either do it right before Bungie, or you would just grab the extra and then walk over to Steam Dooley, like, it's not really anything crazy. And then, yeah, you grab the floating block warp, so that you can go and, so that you grab its extra, but you would just do it after, like, BBPH or Rubadub. Like, it's not anything, like, actually, you know, just basic. Bit of movement stuff, but it's mostly, like, whatever. Rubadub is a little interesting. And then BBBH is, like, literally just identical to Early Powers All Extras, and then Weenie is really simple. And Frogfish, because you'll have upgraded Cartwheel and upgraded Slam... Did I kill myself? Oh my god, dude, what a mistake to make. That's so AIDS. Why did I do that? Now I'm gonna lose time for no reason. Well, anyway. Like, Frogfish just becomes the same as no pull storage because you have, like, shit. You have, like, both moves upgraded. I played it safe. I wasn't having a run die there. You know what's really funny about Gask Riot? Ever since 2019, and then I think 2020 afterwards, the Faucet and Target route, respectively, obviously we got faster alternatives. Not only are they both, like, the new ones, like, both faster, they're also both easier, because... Like, especially the Target route, because it literally just skips a skip, and while also saving time. But the older route looks cooler, honestly. Oh, and also, the old faucet route had a one-frame jump, like preferably. You obviously didn't have to get it, but optimally, it would have a one-frame turnaround.
It's really fast.
Dude, this run sucks.
Good thing SpongeBob.
I probably went the wrong way or something, I don't know. But people also, like, that also kind of, that reminds me of, like, people, like, just doing Gesk 1, like, wrong as well. I've seen people just do the wrong Gesk route, like, just think, you know, just like, alright, I'll just do this, it's probably not much slower. And then, keep in mind, you know, my goal is hell, even if you want to just, like, not skip manlies, and, like, you want to make my movement a little worse, I would still get, like, a 248. And I'd see people with, like, 302s, because they're just not going the right way. I just think, like, how much effort is it to just remember what colors to go on? I don't know, I mean, don't you want to, like, write it down or something? That's a lot of time save. Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know the order of the colors that I go in. I don't even know the order, but I let muscle memory carry me. But like, if you really needed to, you could just use like a notepad or something. You know what's wrong with that? This is gonna be an 04, I think. Nice. Oh yeah, this doesn't really happen anymore. But I've also seen people go down the wrong way in Rockside and just lose like 20, 30 seconds. Yeah, 248 is like pretty average, I would say. Like, that's what you should, like, 248, 249 is like what you would expect somebody to get with like those strats and like that route. But again, people just like forget. Yeah, Phillips. I don't think I've said this before, but I tested Movie on 360 hard drive, and like it's so slow, it's literally like a Thompson Xbox, and I don't know how that's possible. It doesn't make any sense, because, like, what I'm assuming is going on is that it's not, like, the 360 hard drive is not meant to have an entire OG game in it. So, its writing speeds are, like, really slow, so it's, like, making the loads trash. That's possible. But if that's not the reason, then I have no idea. I also didn't try playing off of a USB stick, I just did the actual hard drive. I could try the USB stick, but I don't have any spizzies. Like, I don't know about you, right, but I just keep buying SD cards. I always just need SD cards and USB sticks and stuff, and then I thought I had a USB stick spare, but I can't find one, so I guess I fell off. And I thought I had a 32GB SD card, but I can't find that either. Also, Fake Ring's been behaving itself recently, so that's good. I have some. I try to buy, like, a lightning port to headphone jack adapter. It sucks. If you move it around at all, then it fucks the audio. And I plan to use it in the car, so, you know, I'm gonna move around a lot, you know, the little, you know, moving around in the car. Basically, it's not usable. So AirPods it is, because that's all I have. I did have... Basically, I accidentally... I don't know how I've done this so many times in my life. They went through the washing machine. As they always do. I don't know if you remember, or I don't know if you had it as a kid, but... Do you remember, like, a red cartridge, DS cartridge, that was, like, Pokemon cheat codes on it? They're quite rare now. We had it. Washing machine happened. Not my proudest moment.
Plankton is you.
They do break easily. There was one time where I had brand new ones, I put them in my bag, and after being in school for literally like an hour and a half, they already like came apart. World's cheapest material was used on those things. Alright. We had some action replay stuff too, but I think, I don't know, something happened with those two, I think. I do have action replay now. I have an action replay that, it's a GBA and a DS one, and it has a micro USB slot, so you can plug it into the PC. They're very rare. It cost me £90. I have not even used it because I'm too scared to. Like, in case I break it or something. Can I get up the fucking slide? I better get the fucking SpongeBob 2 frame, bro, because I lost like 4 seconds or more there. Flashcards, I assume. I had one for GBA, it just killed itself. Like, it just killed itself, and it also liked to crash a lot. Apparently they're all like that. Even if you buy the more expensive, like, EverDrive one, apparently they're just all like that. Where they can just randomly kill themselves for no reason, and also delete their save files, crash a lot. I think they also drain the battery more, but that's, like, fine. As for DS, I do have one. I use it for, like, Pokemon games and shit. Because, just, you know, if I own the games already, then I don't mind emulating them, because then... Because I own them, it still feels official, because I didn't, you know, I'm not taking a shortcut, you know. So it just keeps my cartridges and shit in good shape. Dude, I lost as much as missing a 2-frame, that's bad. Also, I lost 6.66, that's probably not a good sign.
Oh, slidey stuff.
One ROM that I refuse to put on my flash cart. I want to play a hack called Pokemon Blaze Black, and it's just like a much harder version of Black. I am not playing that without speed up, because I'm gonna have to grind a lot, basically. Even like the third gym leader has like level 30-something Pokemon, I think. Yeah, it's Blaze Black and Volt White 2, specifically, is what I downloaded. Dude, I downloaded the zip for it. It's a fucking 146 megabytes. Like, how the hell... How is it that big? It's a DS game. How is it, like, a billion bajillion times, like, more space than Super Mario 64 takes up? Do you know, because it gave me a bunch of options, and one of them was, like, the EV-less mode. Does that also mean that the AI doesn't get EVs? Okay, dude.
Stop throwing things at me. That wasn't so tough.
Yeah, I didn't know if it meant, like, you don't get EVs, or if it's both of you that don't get EVs. Dude, I might actually be too low. It's really hard to tell. I'm just gonna go for it, because it runs bad. How short am I?
It's kind of hypnotic.
7. Great. That's what we like to hear.
Nothing can stop the mighty stun.
Apparently the hack has a lot of, like, effort put into it, so... I don't know. Really? Dude, oh my god, what the fuck? Fuck you. Never missed that before. Dude, I'm not gonna get my goal time before vacation, am I? Can't do it in battle, can't do it in this game either. The time I'm going for is not even very good. It's like a 7 out of 10. That's all I'm asking for, bro.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
I can miss like 4 2-frames and still get my goal time.
Adventure, just another day.
Actually, I can miss 5 and still get my goal time if I play really well for the rest of the run. And as long as the 5 are like ones that don't lose as much.
Welcome.
Honestly, I think what I might have to do is that if I miss a 2-frame in 3K, even though I can't afford it, I might just have to reset. Because I need more cushion for SCDA. Keep it like, the easiest part of the run is SCDA to the end, and yeah, I've already lost like 2 runs there today. I need more of a cushion,
Slide from manager to, well, not
I
manager.
think.
This is a job for a manager. This is a job for a manager.
Greetings, Sky and Joel.
Good thing SpongeBob.
I forgot I still had the Yo Mama channel open. For when I was talking about it earlier.
Can't swim.
But yeah, as for Blaze Black, I just downloaded the one that said complete, because I don't know. There was Classic, and then, like, Classic EV-less, and then EV-less, and then complete, so I was like, okay, well, complete is, probably gives you more content or whatever, so it's pretty better, so I downloaded that. We need to ban 2-frames, for real, for real.
Welcome. Never
Damn.
fear, good citizens.
I've been watching a lot of BKC recently, and apparently a metagame advancement that I was not aware of is that in DPP, Latias has more usage than Tyranitar and Jirachi. So now it's the #1 most used Pokemon.
Fly from manager to, well, not manager.
Which doesn't automatically make it the best. But that is surprising, wasn't it? Because one of the arguments for banning Latias, like, a few years ago was like, oh, it's not the best Pokemon. The best Pokemon is either Tyranitar or Jirachi, but now it's like, apparently it is the best. Well, it might not necessarily be the best, but it's currently the most used. Yeah. I've been really enjoying the metagame advancements of Gen 3 and 4. In Gen 3, well, Snorlax fed it off, but, you know, he's finding some footing. And, you know, there's some pretty good options, like Hariyama and shit. And there's obviously Pokemon that have risen to OU, like proper, like Charizard, Moltres, and Breloom. It's pretty cool. But as for DPP, that one's the most interesting. Because Magneton is getting a lot of usage. Because of its extra 10 base speed. Quagsire has shot up a lot because of Recover, and because it blanks Gyarados and Empoleon, I think. There was another Pokemon as well. What was it? Dude, I forgot. There was another one that was, like, pretty popular recently. Like, there was Nidoqueen and Clefable, but that's, like, old news now. Although Clefable has risen again. It's, I think in usage, or in not even in usage, I think in ranking, I think it's, 5th or 4th. Keep in mind, it gets deleted by, like, basically any physical fighting move, and it's still, like, and it's extremely passive. And, like, the issue with Clefable is that it takes, like, one hit, and it needs to spam softball like its life depends on it. And yet it's still, like, amazing. I've used it, like, a shit ton. Any team I've used in that metagame, I've used Clefable, because it's amazing. Another issue with it, though, if it has already knocked something off, and then it's not a free, you know, you can't just freely spam knockoff anymore, because that thing could just easily come back in. It could put on Grass Knot. I think it does like to use Grass Knot sometimes, but originally it was a bit redundant because, like, for example, it doesn't really... You know, it already kind of... Like, it already hit Hippowdon and Swampert kind of hard. I didn't, like, need it, but now with Quagsire it might... I think one of my favorite things in DPP is when people use Rotom Heat and, like, bluff having Overheat, and then you switch, and then they just use Substitute. It's like, because there's no way they're risking their fucking, like, Scissor or whatever just getting melted. They're not gonna risk that, so they have to switch. Because in your head, it's like, why else would you, like, use Rotom Heat? But then you just bluff, and it's like, it's such a good bluff, because now you get to do whatever you want for the next turn. It's genius. Even just having, like, a free turn and forcing your opponent to switch to take Stealth Rock damage and Spike damage is just, like, it's so valuable. Valuable enough to where it's genuinely sometimes worth it to just sacrifice Overheat. When getting into, when getting into competitive Pokemon, I thought that I was going to get into Gen 3, but the one I actually like the most is Gen 4. 5 and onwards, too complicated, too hectic. 1 to 2, I sleep. 3 is pretty cool, but 4 has, like, the right amount of Pokemon, like, unique abilities, like, an awesome lead metagame, not too many moves, not too many items, it's got, like, a good amount of them. Just everything's just, like, perfect, man. Why did I do both of those things? Like, they were both, like, bruh. Like, the only thing I don't like about DPP is probably, like, Jirachi's Iron Head. And that's somebody, I'm saying that as someone who has used Jirachi Iron Head, like, a lot. It is kind of bullshit. Although you are gonna have, like, statistical bias, like... when people think of Iron Head, they think, oh, it's always going to flinch me. But it has the same chance as Hypnosis hitting, and when you think of Hypnosis, you think of a move that always misses. Even same with Focus Blast. Like, people expect a Jirachi flinch more often than they expect Gengar to hit Focus Blast.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Also, yeah, Mixed Infernape is cool. It's weird because it's such a threat, but it's actually, like, it's being ranked pretty low right now. At least the last time I looked at the viability rankings, I think it's the lowest OU mon that, like, is actually OU, and not OU by technicality, or BL or UU or whatever. I think it's literally, like, the lowest ranking OU. And it's so weird, because it just deletes everything. Blissey, Clefable, Sizzle, well, I mean, not really gonna see much Fortress, but still. And it does a lot to even Pokemon, like, because it has amazing coverage. It can hit a dragon really hard. It can use close combat to destroy Pokemon like Empoleon. And it has Grass Knot, or Hidden Power Grass, a Swampert. Like, it can really do it all. Yeah, I haven't really seen many people use Hypnosis Gengar. Dude, I can't get enough of Clefable, though, like, actually. Dude, it literally cannot get 2-hit KO by Zapdos's, Choice Specs Thunderbolt. It can't get KO'd, in 2 hits. Which means that you just win. Just, okay, so on the 1v1, right, use Knockoff turn 1, and then already, like, it's kind of fucked. Because it's Choice Specs, it won't use Roost, so it's fucked. And now it doesn't even 2-hit KO you anymore. So now you get to, like, use Seismic Toss or whatever you want, and... I mean, no, you need to use Soft Boil, but then, yeah. And then, okay, so the Clefable set that I love running is, Seismic Toss, Soft Boiled, Knockoff, and Thunderwave. Right? Because you just win, like, so many matchups, and you set up Jirachi for Iron Head. But, like, Clefable's at its best when it attacks first, because then it gets to heal first. Like, even against Gengar, you're, like, kind of favored to just, like, annoy it and make it switch out. Because in the 1v1, right? Okay, so it hits you with Focus Blast, and you take, like, 70%. But then you use Thunder Wave, and now you get to spam Soft Boiled. You spam Soft Boiled until, it either gets fully parried or Focus Blast misses, which is very likely gonna be in, like, the next, like, 2 turns. And then you get to Soft Boiled. Or if you're really risky, you can try and predict and get off another Knockoff or Thunder Wave. It's just amazing. And you can do the same thing with Zapdos, just Thunder Wave it. You can really Thunder Wave, like... Dude, you can take advantage of basically anything coming in with Thunder Wave and Knockoff. Like, that combination. The only Pokemon that doesn't give a fuck about either of those two things is Gastrodon. And Gastrodon is not good, really. Yeah, that's what I used. I used, Hippo, Skarmory, Jirachi, Stami, Gliscor, and Clefable. Although, on some teams, I replaced Hippowdon with Tyranitar. Because, like, T-Tar's a better lead, but they're a little more, like, however, Hippo doesn't usually get KO'd as quickly, but I feel like sometimes is worth T-Tar's, like, immediate power. Because, dude, Hippo kind of sucks as a lead. Like, except for the fact that it's actually kind of hard to kill it, but it struggles to kill anything else in return. It can't do anything to Azolf. It's literally completely blanked by one of the best leads in the metagame. Azolf is basically only used in the lead slot, and it's still ranked, like, B+ or something, because it's so good as a lead. Like, as a lead, it's basically S tier. Like, it's amazing. And Hippo can't do anything, because Azolf's just always gonna taunt on turn 1, because nothing bad will happen to Azolf in return. So then you have to switch and take a bunch of hits, and then when it's ready, it'll just blow you up anyway, so it gets a 2-for-1 while getting rocks up. It's insane. Azolf's incredible. Oh, and I also made a team replacing Gliscor with Nidoqueen for Toxic Spike. It was basically backup support, so I gave it, because the problem with the Gliscor that I had is that it was, like, really defensive and trash, other than its immunities and shit, and its speed. But I decided, like, what if I had, like, a really bulky Nidoqueen, and then, like, gave it Toxic Spikes and Stealth Rock, and then gave it, like, Earth Power and Ice Beam? Because then it'll hit dragons harder than Gliscor, and it can potentially get rocks back up. Like, because I couldn't fit Slack Off on Hippo, but then if I run Nidoqueen rocks, then I could, like, take rocks off Hippo and then put on Nidoqueen, and Toxic Spikes could be useful too. Oh, yeah. While I don't play the metagame very much, I think one of my favorite lead interactions is Gen 5 Mienshao because of how amazing it is. It was really slept on. It's actually, like, amazing. It has, like, 145 attack, I think. And it has high jump kick, and it loves to use, like, Life Orb, and it has Regenerator, so it can literally just heal off the Life Orb and residual damage it takes. It hits Latios for, like, I think, like, 40-something%. Oh yeah, another thing I love is Gen 4 lead Flygon. If you don't have a good lead, you literally just use Scarf Flygon, and then you just U-turn immediately, and it does like 1 billion damage, because Flygon's actually amazing. Dude, Gen 5 is, like, fucked up, though.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Your mum is streaming. Dude, Tommy and literally does, like, 2-hour streams, and he gets, like, hundreds of subs. Anyway, I can try and not be jealous. Yeah, Gen 5's fucked, and I watched BKC's video, and it really settled in, like... There was a time in the metagame where things allowed an OU, you know... Sandrush Excadrill, like, some of the Incarnate forms, Deoxys Speed, Deoxys Attack, Chlorophyll Sweepers, Dugtrio, etc., and for some reason, they were just like, damn, you know Kieran Black, the Pokemon, with Stab Outrage and 174 attack and 95 speed, and has naturally amazing bulk? Yeah, we should just, like, put in OU. I mean, it's not gonna be broken, and it's like, okay, yeah, sure, okay, it turned out to not be broken, but, like, what? It wasn't really doing anything for the metagame, and also, like, what, like, why would you want to add another Pokemon in a metagame where it's hectic as fuck and you need to figure out what's broken immediately so you can, like, fix the metagame? I just don't understand, like, why would you do that? Cool. You just reminded me that when I was, like, at a restaurant earlier, I went to wash my hands, And first of all, it was one of those taps where you have to have your hand pressed on it the entire time, and second, it was such high pressure that it made my shirt really wet and I had to get it to dry. And then, the air dryers were the type that only work for 1 second before not working anymore. Yeah, that was great. Thunderous Eye, Drizzle, Swift Swim, Samurai Extra Drill, Thunderous Eye, and Latios, yeah. Also, back then, like, gems was still allowed and shit, too. I'm really glad, like, at the very least, there was, like, some hope for that metagame. Because, the fact that gems got banned, like, recently, it didn't get banned by a lot, though, right? They had 100 people vote to ban for gems, and it won with a majority of 51. And people, that's the problem with Gen 5, is that it has like 5 billion issues, and nobody can agree on what to like actually deal with first, so nothing gets dealt with. Because they won't even agree on what needs to be dealt with immediately, so nothing ever gets done. It's just like really crippling. Like, when people wanted to ban gems, people were like, oh, well, gems aren't the most broken thing, but it's like, well, we gotta do something. And then they were like, oh, well, Volcarona's broken with gems, why don't we just ban Volcarona? And it's like, what? And I'll tell you what, right, like, gems were like, only buffing Pokemon that were already good. Keldeo, Latios, Volcarona, Cloyster, like, Dragonite, Latios, if it didn't say Latios, like, it was just Pokemon that were already good. Like, there were no Pokemon that it, like, gave a niche to, like, it was just, like... Very true, it is absolutely busted. I think Keldeo would be fine if Rain didn't exist, but then, that's, again... What is the biggest issue with the metagame? Is it Rain, Latios, or Keldeo? Nobody's gonna agree, so none of them are ever gonna get banned. Because if you ban, Rain, then Keldeo gets nerfed a shit ton, and it'll probably be okay, and Latios will get nerfed at least a little bit, which might be enough. But then if you just ban Latios, then it just fixes that problem entirely. But then Keldeo's still way too good. If you ban Keldeo as well... Or individually, if you ban Keldeo, then Latios is still amazing, and you'll just fit some other amazing Pokemon on your team, like fucking Thundurus or some shit. So, but then if you ban Rain entirely, then that might fix it. But then people don't seem to like the idea of, like, drastic change. They don't want the metagame to be, like, drastically different, you know. It's the weather generation, and, you know, it's not right without Rain and Latios and Keldeo. Like, that's what they say sometimes. But, like, what's the point of, like, banning and unbanning things post Gen 5 if you're going to just kind of bring that argument to the table, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think they're both problematic unless you ban Rain, in which case Keldeo is probably fine. Because it's not bulky. And it, like, hardly ever invests in bulk, so it will just get 2-hit KO'd by everything. So I think outside of Rain, it's probably okay. Especially because then it'll be taking sand damage. So and keep in mind, again, like, it no longer has access to gems. I used to use, Ghost Gem, Hidden Power Ghost for, Jellicent. Because otherwise my team got absolutely destroyed by Jellicent. But then again, I sometimes like to run Bug to, like, destroy Celebi, because it's really funny. Gems were not a good idea. They give you, like, a one-time, like, Choice Band or Choice Specs, like, boost. With, like, none of the actual drawback of, like, you don't get locked into a move. And yeah, you can only use it once, but it's so destructive. Does it really matter if you can only use Dragon Gem boosted fucking Outrage once? Like, it's still gonna hit really hard. Also, the only reason why they finally had to look at gems, by the way, was because they realized a mechanic that they weren't aware of before. Okay, so you know how Cloyster has skill link and it can hit Icicle Spear, I think it's called, 5 times? They found out that Ice Gem boosts every single hit. And that is the only reason why they had the vote in the first place. Like, that is bad. That it took that much to, like, force some sort of vote. And the fact that it nearly won as well, like, to not do anything about it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's probably a good thing that they got rid of Hidden Power, but it kind of depends, because some Pokemon just don't have good move pulls, even to this day. So, removing Hidden Power only works if, like, you actually give the Pokemon a good move pull. Hidden Power being all special in Gen 4 really screwed over some Pokemon. Like, pretty royally. Well, the physical special split just ruined some Pokemon in the first place, like Snorlax. You know what Snorlax does these days? It literally runs Expert Bell Flamethrower for Skarmory. It's like, bro. That should really tell you everything. There's, like, for some reason, there's, like, no overlap between competitive players and casual players. So, like, no one knew. It reminds me of, it took until, I believe, 2014 in Gen 1 for them to find out that Body Slam does not paralyze normal types. And speedrunners were, like, aware of that for a long-ass time, but there's, like, literally no overlap. Or at least, like, if there was overlap, like, the most serious competitive players probably, like, hardly ever play the games casually. It's probably hard to play the games casually after you've played the games competitively for so long. So they probably just didn't, you know, just didn't want to play them. Especially because Gen 1 is broken as fuck anyway, like... Yeah, I don't know why it was concluded that I didn't give the... There was probably, like, one guy that eyeballed at one time and wasn't paying attention. He's like, I mean, it looks fine to me, I think. Keep in mind as well, right, that... It's more busted than it sounds as well, because each individual one can crit. And, even just a couple of them can break through a substitute. So they're, like, mega broken. Yeah, it's funny as fuck. I love Breloom, it's so good. It's an actual monster. I love the Breloom. Like, he's pretty different between Gens 3 to 5, and he's still, like, really good in all of them. I just think it's cool, you know? That he's got, like, a different purpose. In Gen 3, it's basically, like, Spore and Focus Punch and Mach Punch and shit, but then in Gen 4, it's all about, like, the Poison Heal and, like, taking advantage of, like, you know, like, Substitute and, like, switches and being immune to status. Like, it heals in Sand. Like, it's the equivalent of being Sand immune. It's insane. Like, its ability is almost as good as Magic God. Like, it's actually insane. And it's much more of a physical threat as well. It's so good, because literally all it has to do, right? If it, like, okay, it just switches into Tyranitar or Blissey. What are you gonna do, stay in? No fucking chance. You're legally obligated to switch. Like, you basically have to switch. And then it's just gonna use Spore, or Substitute, whichever one it wants. Wow, that is... wow. I have not missed that since coming back to this category. And considering I'm minus 25, it feels kind of typical. It's meant to say 17, I just keep forgetting. But yeah, like, it literally just faces Tyranitar or whatever. You have to switch, so it's gonna use Spore, and nothing switches into Spore. And then, so you already absorbed something with Sleep, and now you gotta switch again, and then it gets a substitute for free, and then it healed off the substitute with Poison Heal in, like, 2 turns. So it's like it didn't even, like, lose anything from it. And then it just gets to, like, Focus Punch whatever it wants into the Stratosphere. So it shut down a Pokemon, obliterated another, and it's a full health. It is, like, the most amazing thing ever. I love Breloom. Yes. Battlefield Bikini Bottom and this game have been around for a very long time. And I feel like they have both held up quite well. You've obtained a Mr. Beast bar. Which one? I might have done that for too long. Surprisingly, I did not. Might be a little behind cycle, though. Yeah. Dude, I missed 200. That's actually, like, so bad. I just know pull storage myself. Almond chocolate. I don't think we have that one here. We have original milk puffed, and then like these nuts. I think that's all of them. But I guess let me know what you think anyway. Alright, it's gonna take, like, a miracle to bring this back, but I can bring it back. I'm just kind of desperate, so I'm just gonna keep the run going. I'll probably piss after this run, honestly. I've kind of been holding it in for a bit. Alright. Only get hit once, so I can get TNT. Because my manlies are low as hell right now. I need more. Alright, let's see how many manlies I get from the TNT. Actually, well, hold on.
Now I know how my ancestors felt.
So 1656. 1722, that is less than I thought it was. I mean, I can usually drop like 50, but 200, like, bruh. So I'm down 150, and I only made back like half of it. This is really risky, but I can try to get it during ring. There's a chance that you won't go through the ring if you do that, though. But I might need to.
And that, my friend, is how we do things in Bikini Bottom.
I got more manlies just then compared to normal. Maybe I'm fine, actually. If I make, like, any more mistakes, I gotta reset pretty much. You know, after the split is done, the best possible time is gonna be, like, 41 flat, so I have 27 seconds of leniency to get, like, both Dennis frames and, like, all the, you know, getting good guest jumps. Like, I really gotta pull my weight here. And get more bounce 2-frame and Plank Spongebob 2-frame. I'm probably just gonna have to risk the 2 frames on them rather than the 1 frames because I'm just not in a good position right now. Or I could just gold for no reason, even though I did stuff that lost me frames. That also works. Dude, I, like, never get the 2-frame. If I... It's really annoying. And I keep saying 2-frame because of habit, but it's a 1-frame. I just, like, can't get it. If I got, the like, a really good dentist with the quick kill and everything, I just, like, can't get both. I've only gone both once, and that's my gold. But again, I can make this work.
Faster, faster!
Alright, what I got? Alright, so this is like over a second off my gold. But if I get like perfect guess jumps the next time, I think I should gold by like a second. So I still have some leniency compared to the gold.
Look, it's what's his coach.
Now I know how my ancestors felt.
I wish this place had something to read. So long. Coming through.
I wish I could convince myself to, like, because plank is, like, a pretty bad part of the run. I kind of wish I could convince myself to do plank, like, after guess 2. But I can't get myself to. Cool, man. Cool. I'm gonna piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Switch in the on position.
SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, second season, SpongeBob second season, SpongeBob second season, now on DVD, now on DVD, complete second season, complete second season. Are you ready? Are you ready? SpongeBob second season, SpongeBob second season, all your favorites, all your favorites. This October, SpongeBob second season, SpongeBob second season. It's got special features, yeah, it's got special features. SpongeBob second season, that's SpongeBob second season.
So catch the dance fever and look for the complete second season of SpongeBob SquarePants DVD box set, available October 2004. And of course, the complete first season of SpongeBob SquarePants DVD box set is in stores too.
There's a tweet that's getting ratioed, and I don't think it's ironic, because usually when people... well, it's almost being ratioed. And the thing is that... I can't tell if they're joking, because normally when you begin to get ratio, people are like, oh my guys, it was a joke. But it is one of the worst streaming takes I've ever seen. Twitch mods, you should not be hitting go live when the streamer you mod for is streaming. The person who modded you is trusting you with responsibility. Show respect by being present. Do not do this. And I cannot tell if it's a joke or not.
Bikini Bottom, the manager is here.
But they're basically saying, like,
Excitement, adventure,
if you mod somebody, then they should, like, attend to stream, like, 24/7, like, for as often as you stream, and also you should never, like, go live
the short slide
when they're live.
to, well,
Like, what if you mod for somebody who streams for, like, 10 hours a fucking day? Like, what are you supposed to do then?
this is a job for a manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
I think movie probably has, like,
Cleanliness is next to manager.
the second best SpongeBob soundtrack. And in third, I'd probably put, like, Creature, maybe.
Hey.
What's up, Peppa? Thank you for the good luck. How's your day been?
Ouch!
Are you working on, like, a hack? Oh. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I know iPie was working... Like, he made it so that you can use multiple, like, custom songs for collecting tokens. And I think that that has, like, a lot of potential. I think that has a lot of potential because, for example, like, in theory, you could have a specific jingle for a specific challenge, like Bungie Floating Block Combat, to make the challenges feel more, like, unique. But even just changing the token animation, even just between SpongeBob and Patrick, would be really cool. Or maybe end-level tokens always have a different jingle to the other tokens. Like, I think even just shit like that, like, it could be really cool. That's good. Hopefully then iPie's hack will come out soon, because I want to play it. I want to play some hackaroonies. I did download hacks yesterday. Pit of 100 Trials, and there's like some guest thing made by Milkman, I think. I downloaded that too. And I downloaded a Crate Time. I think that was everything I downloaded. I wish I, like, had the time and also the, you know, the patience for modding. So I don't know about you. Does it make sense to get an error code when placing 3 tikis at the beginning of downtown Bikini Bottom? I don't think that makes sense.
A new path.
Do you have, like, a picture of it? And, dude, I just had the feeling I was gonna miss Sandwich of the Bones. It's always in time challenge, always in time challenge. Sedge. I mean, that's still pretty cool, though. Nothing cool, like, ever comes to, like, the fast food restaurants here, so we wouldn't have anything cool like that. Like, when people got the Grimace Shake, like, I unironically got pissed off about that, because, like, we never get cool shit like that. Plant-based. I wonder if the reason why was to try and cater to as many people as possible. The alternate reason might be to because Bikini Bottom doesn't. I don't think he uses meat for his patties, does it? Or at least it doesn't use like fish meat. So their equivalent of fish meat would be like our equivalent to human meat. So therefore, I mean, obviously we're not using human meat, but we're using meat in our actual burger. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that it might be like a parallel to the show, or maybe it's just to cater to people. I don't know. SpongeBob when he asks, like, if any meat is in a Krabby Patty, and then Krabs says, does he know? That is so like you, Lena. I'm about to ratio you, hold on. Where's my 7 TV emotes? Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Dude, I have a lot. Alright, let's see what I'm gonna ratio you with. I'm gonna ratio you with Poggies. If you look like the Diva GIF, then DM me, please.
Welcome.
I don't think I'm going to, Lena.
fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
Lena, are you still doing those Bocce the Rock dates?
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Upsy daisy! Cleanliness is next to managerliness. A manager is always prepared.
I love Movies Menu because it's so trash. And it can do stuff like that. Which, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I got that 2-frame, but...
Hey.
Actually did. Damn. Butter Dog. What about Butter Cat? Butter Dog. Dog with the butter on him. Butter on a dog. Butter on a dog. Only if you have the unlockable task sheet, then you can 2-frame it. Alternatively, if you can 2-frame the token as well by re-warping to no cheese and then seeing if you got the warp, but your load needs to be pretty fast for that. Like, as in, it's probably only faster on, like, 360. I wouldn't be surprised. Never. Unless we can get hard drive lag, in which case, yes please. Well, I made a second channel video about it before, but I basically made a video saying why hard drive would only really be good with loadless on top of disk loadless. Like that should be like the game's future in theory. Because then you get as little of the disk and hard drive downsides as possible, while getting as many of the advantages as possible, and massively increasing the compatibility with the game. Like, for example, we could switch to Zemu. Not switch it, but people could use Zemu much sooner. Which would not be the case otherwise. Because if it was disc only, if it was disc only, then you can't use then you can't use Zemu. If it's disc only, loadless, you can't use it because it loads cutscenes too fast. And then if it's hard drive without loadless, then you can't use Zemu because its loads are too fast. And then if you use hard drive loadless, then there's no reason not to use disk loadless. So therefore, then use disk loadless. The only issue is that Zemu still crashes a lot and has a incorrect physics for the paddy wagon, but we'd be able to use it much sooner than otherwise. And that's not the only benefit. We could probably also allow like PS2 hard drive and like, you know, Nintendo. We could probably allow stuff like that. Welcome back, Crow. Speaking of, I need to check if there's an update for Zemu. Nah, it's still August 2nd. I hope they're cooking something good. I hope they're working on a big update or something.
Plankton is...
What's up, Raza? But yeah, so, like, the idea with, like, loadless is that it would just mitigate the issues with disk and hard drive while giving you, like, basically all the benefits. The only downside of this, other than it being an absolute nightmare to implement on the leaderboards, I should pretend that's not an issue right now, then the issue would be that, A, it looks stupid, and B, there would be some categories where hard drive is still faster, and that would be kind of just, like, cringe. Third, it can make it harder for people to compare against each other, because one person, they might be playing on hard drive and somebody else playing on disk. Fourth, it screws over 360, but considering ZEMU, that's not really much of an issue. And finally, there would even be a couple categories where GameCube might be faster, which would be terrible. But that's like all the downsides. And one of them is basically a non-issue as soon as ZEMU's good. I like that emote, Sky. Also, yeah, I think ZEMU will be the first to have, perfect emulation with this game, because CXBX Reloaded is quite far behind. Honk me. Oh yeah, Latte, you still here? Did you make Monster Skip mods? I'm just wondering. Sad. Well, please consider it.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Plus, if you're going to change that area anyway, for Quick Chris, I want SpongeBob to spawn like just like a teeny, just a little bit to the right. I think it was like a couple of units to the right or something, like literally something tiny to the right, because otherwise I'm not perfectly lined up with like the line that I take before doing Quick Chris. I just haven't complained about it until now because it just seemed like too minor. But if you were already going to edit that area anyway, then I figured it'd probably take no effort to just, like, move him literally, like, a unit or two. I think it literally would be, like, 2 units. Yeah. No, it's too far left. I think. Hold on, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure it's too far left. If this run dies and I remember, then I'll quickly check. And of course, you know, with Gask, like I said before, just like spawning a tiny bit further back, just as far back as they can go, would be cool. Sussy Baka.
Just roll with it, I always say. These just ooze macho.
It's not like I want you to PB a movie or anything. Baka runs away. Hopefully that... I'm pretty sure that worked. There was no femboy command. Yeah. Dude. That doesn't lose that much, I guess. I could probably make this work.
Be sure not.
I held A, like I used dynamic jumping to jump over the steam, and I just did not jump over the steam. You know, like, when it comes to jumping over this, I often don't even, like, fully extend my jumps because I don't need to, and then, like, I actually extended my jumps and I somehow did not make it over the steam. Oh, I'm falling. I like how... Okay, well, first of all, Patrick's voice line is still going. Second, I can still see the targets and some of the boxes. Oh, they're gone. Alright, well, I can still see some of the boxes. And I can see a rock. I can see a rock at the top of the... and I can see the radio tower frequency thing. Am I just gonna keep seeing it? They have to disappear eventually, right? I think the boxes are getting smaller. Yeah, I think they're starting to disappear. But is it gonna disappear before the hand grabs me? I think they pretty much have... Oh, I think everything's disappeared. Hmm. I like doing that. Oh wait, hold on, I have an idea. Well, it's not an idea as such. Oh, it does get blown by the steam. That's kind of cool. Anyway. Hey, Walter. It's cool seeing Breaking Bad memes on my timeline, like, at points in the story that I've actually seen, and being able to, like, actually understand, like, knowing where the context comes from. You know, being able to like the tweet and fully understanding it. It's cool. I like it. I still have not watched Breaking Bad in, like, 2 weeks, but... a little occupied right now. Actually, it's been, like, a week and a half. I don't think it's been 2 weeks.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Alright, well, including tomorrow, I have, like, 7.5 hours to get my time.
Excitement.
And I've been on 2 PB paces, this stream, so that's something. Might be able to potentially get on a third. No. Well, there was a third run technically, but it was like barely on pace. We're not really gonna count that.
Welcome.
I gotta
Never fear, good citizens of
I said this before, but I gotta like archive more memes. Some of them aren't relevant anymore, but
Yep.
busy.
Adventure. Just another day.
After stream, I'm probably just gonna, like... Yeah, I'm probably just gonna, like, eat, brush my teeth, and then, like, do runs offline. Not of this game.
Manager coming through.
I think I remember that, yeah. Whenever possible, I prefer to play hacks on, like, the official consoles because it feels cooler, but obviously some people are not going to have access to those, like, the Xbox, for example. Which is, like, that's like, a big problem with getting into this game speedrun-wise, like, speedrunning this game. It's hard to get into it because, like, the most popular category requires a console that a lot of people don't have. But unfortunately, Zemu was not good enough right now, and it might not be good enough for a while.
Ooh! Little guy, big stink. Coming through. Ugh.
Another run. Although a run in this category doesn't really get going until, like, BBBH. The early game is very reset heavy. It is better, yes. Unfortunately not good enough for speedruns, but... You know, every passing day we get closer and closer, however long it'll take. There are already, on Zemu's compatibility list, there are already 37 games that run perfectly. And the Xbox library isn't really that big. So it's just inevitable that this game and BFB will finally get their turn. Like, I think one of the problems with those games is that the shadows aren't working properly, but apparently that's not, like, that's a rounding error. Apparently it isn't, like, that bad to fix it.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Oh boy!
With the
plankton is...
That was funny. SpongeBob just went, "This is great," and then just like I hear like a building getting destroyed or something, and then like I just hear da 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 da. Alright, I have a run going. That's good. It actually didn't take long to get another one going compared to the other one that died in 3K. I think this was either the next attempt or the attempt after. And this is gonna be a 212. I got my hopes up again. Dude, I've been teased with 211 3 times now. Maybe one day I'll get it, who knows?
Macho stuff. Coming through!
That was close. That's cool. I didn't play any of the games with the iToy. I was thinking about doing that one day, though, because they are very cheap, and so is the iToy, but no, I haven't played any iToy games. But yeah, it's cool that you did that. That needs to stop, dude.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for stopping by and stuff. This run's really bad. I'm just gonna try and continue it, though.
These just ooze macho.
You got that one again.
I found one.
Nightbot gave up.
Hang on! We're almost there, buddy!
It's gonna take a lot to bring this back.
You have to.
I'm probably just gonna reset if I miss this. If I miss these one-frame jumps now. Because at that point, my best possible time would be like 40, 48. I only have 39 seconds of leniency then for the next like half an hour almost.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
Alright, cool.
When was the last time?
This run is still not good, but that helps a lot.
Oh boy! Boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Man type stuff.
Didn't get it. Oh my god, dude. I don't even think I'll be able to, like, chill when I come back from vacation, like, on the day I come back. If I, like, I might actually just, like, when I come back home on next Friday, I'm probably gonna, like...
Welcome.
I'm probably gonna, like, stop, you know, just pack everything away, you know, but then stop what I'm doing and just, like, practice and maybe do, like, one no-reset ETU run or something, so I would, like, something to make sure that I'm not rusty. Probably just gonna have to do something like that.
Upsy-daisy. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Thank you for telling me. There are times where I just, like, don't reset because it's not, like... Sometimes it's the first thing I think about is resetting the timer, and sometimes it's the last thing I think about, so I'm just, like... You know, I just, forget sometimes. Man, if I can't, like, beat this run now, I only have 6 hours to get a PB ETU, which basically means, like, tomorrow.
Slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. These just ooze macho.
I really don't want to, like, play this category after I come back from vacation. I want this to be, like, out of the way. Again, I don't even care if it's the final attempt of tomorrow. I just give me the time, dude. 8-second PB.
Bring him to. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh!
Meme 44 it did it twice in a row, surprisingly. Also, yes, hello, Fireball. What is up, Drama Alert Nation? I don't think we VC'd in months because, like, we're not fucking playing Tao Unite or anything. Or Fortnite.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, no, I think it's literally been months, because the last VC I can remember being in was probably the Back for Blood VC, and you were not there. God, that was a while ago, too. When did I last play that game? Why not do both at the same time? You could just do the funny click on a run, verify, click on a run, verify, but that could be dodgy, potentially. Yeah. I mean, I understand, obviously. I'm just, le epic, lonely, sad. And I will be as well for another week. Like, Oh, that's good then. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should. I'm going on vacation on Friday, but... yeah. In theory, I could, like, take my mic with me, but last time we went on vacation, we only barely had enough room in the car, and now we have to bring my dog's fucking pram because he's, like, 50 years old. So, I don't think I can fit a mic. And also, I might not even use it anyway. Like, I might not even VC anyway. Like, on the, like... who knows?
Plankton.
But yeah, I think I should. I mean, I have not played a lot of TF2, so I should probably get back into it. But I kind of have, like, my own goals, my own things I'm trying to do right now, which is basically battle. It's taking way longer than I thought it was going to. It's been, like, 2 months since I started the grind, and I've been playing, like, most days. And you know, time's running out. I only have, like, 4 or 5 more hours total to, like, get a run going in that game. To get the time I want. And then I gotta take a forced week off, and I'm gonna be rusty, and then Spider Season's gonna interrupt my runs. You know. And also then I can mentally, like, get it out of my head before I go on vacation, so I can just, like, totally relax. Trust me, if I had the room, I would literally take my fucking computer with me, and my capture card, and my Xbox and everything. If I knew I would have the room, I would do it. Because I'm that desperate. But I already know ahead of time that I wouldn't have the room. I have a third PC, and it's not plugged in or anything, so it's just like... but again, there's no room. My dog's gonna, like, sit on my lap the entire trip. Because there'll be, like, no room. Like, what my dogs do when they're in the car, depending on what happened last time they were in the car, they either think they're going to the vet, so they cry, or they think they're going to the beach, so they're just, like, really excited and annoying.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Hello, I ask stupid questions. If you put it in your asshole, then probably. But outside, probably not. .303? I fucking suck. You know, like, in speedrunning, like, you kind of learn not to think that every run is, like, the run, or else you just get disappointed. This category, like, it's actually so hard to even get 2-3K, let alone pass, like, Rub-a-Dub 2. So, literally, just, like... right now I'm in the mindset of like, damn, this could be the run, but it hasn't even started yet. Like, it's not really even a run until I get past Guest 2, and that's pretty far in. Until then, like, these times mean like nothing until I get past it. Because then the run gets easier after that, and I'm in the late game finally. I haven't watched it in a while, but I really like the Mario Party video. I think the best videos are the ones where his friends are involved in them. Because, like, I mean, all the skits are just really funny, and, like, just adds a lot more, like, to the video a lot of the time. I also really like the Wii U one that he released recently, but that's only part 1. We're gonna see part 2 eventually. I think it's really funny that he, like, the video was already so, like, he had to make, like... Also, did you notice that he didn't release a Switch, Nintendo Switch video this year? He was doing one every March, and he hasn't uploaded one, so I think he's just skipping this year. I own a Wii U. I don't really care for it. You know, I paid full price for it, and, like, I didn't play it that much. I respect some things that it did, but the Switch is just better than it in most ways. Also, yeah, emulating that's probably a fine mentality, because I should probably get into that mentality. It's so easy to think, like, nothing can kill the run until X-Split, and then the run dies before X-Split. Because otherwise you set your expectations too high, that's a problem. That is the wrong location. This run is bad. And I missed the token anyway. I didn't buy, like, the base Wii U, I will say. I bought, like, the black Wii U that has more storage, and it came with Mario Bros. U and Luigi U. And the black looks nicer than the white, in my opinion. I got that for full price. So, I effectively got money off, because, you know, extra storage, more, you know, a game with it too. And that game's not bad, but it's like, you know, at that point, like, nobody wanted a new Super Mario Brothers at that point, like... Too many of them. And people like Luigi U, and yeah, Luigi U is good, but like... Yeah. And like...
Adventure? Just another day in the life of a manager.
You know, what are you going to do, like, with the gamepad? Like, how many games actually utilize the gamepad in a way that isn't annoying and genuinely feels like you get the best experience on a Wii U? Like, that's why it's so annoying. Because, like, obviously the Switch, the novelty is that you get to play, like, handheld. Like, that's the entire point. But with the Wii U, because it's not proper handheld, they have to find a way to make it, like, valuable in some other way, but then it's just gimmicky. I don't know how difficult it would have been technologically back then to make what is essentially the Switch. But basically what I'm trying to say is that the Wii U should have been fully portable. And then, like... Well, not fully portable, but, like, the gamepad should have been... had better portability, essentially. What's the hard code in question, Latte? Movie modders when they think that a modding job will be easy. Trollface. Does he know?
Ouch.
Also, I like the Wii U Pro controller, but why did they swap the A and B buttons? I hate it. I can't use the damn thing because of that. He doesn't know. Okay, so why would they? Dude, I don't understand Heavy Iron, bro. Like, they literally... How do they make good games and also suck ass at the same time? Like the way that they make them.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
It feels like Heavy Iron games are just, like, stuck together with, like, sellotape or something.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Well, Latte, I assume the reason why you wanted to extend it to 8 was for, like, a hack. But I kind of have an idea anyway, even though it's not as good. Couldn't you just have, two spots for it on the menu that take up 5? And then, like, the second one is just, like, the second half of the level? You could even divide it into area 2 so that there's more of a reason to have them, like, separated. That's what I would probably do anyway. Because that'd be way easier.
Welcome.
And then if you split it into 2 areas, you can make, like, enormous levels and not hit, like, a memory limit.
Bikini Bottom, the manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
I see. So basically,
It's a short slide from
torture
manager
is what you're
to,
telling me.
well, not manager.
I just randomly thought of that meme where it's like... I think it's like...
A manager is always
It's something to do... You know how it's like 9 out of 10 dentists, like, prefer this toothpaste or some shit? Like, it's like that. And there's 9 still images of EDP, and then there's one of a video, and he's just like, I mean, it's alright. Overrated as fuck, in my opinion. Like, it has nothing to do with, like, what we're talking about, but I just couldn't help but think about that for some reason. That one dentist. I mean, it's alright. Latte, I think you might have fucked yourself, TBH. It's not too late to back out.
Oh! Beware of the girth! Little guy, big stink!
It's so over. It has never been more over than it is right now. It's not even Jova, it's just straight up over. Like... Well, hopefully you can find some fix for it anyway.
SpongeBob.
If I could get a 242 sandwich drive in this room would be really good. Let's see if I can do that. I mean, it's alright. Overrated as fuck, in my opinion. Can't stop thinking about that now.
A new path.
This category is gonna be the death of me. After playing this category more than I ever have any other extensions category, probably,
Welcome.
I kind of am concluding that this might unironically be the worst category in the entire game.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. Manager coming through. A manager is always prepared. Manager coming through.
I think APL is better than those two.
Can you hear me now?
Because it like has a really good like way of removing like sliding and driving without it just being like I want a category that like removes sliding and driving. Like it does it in a very smart way, as well as getting rid of all like the aids and being able to do whatever you want whenever you want. Obviously, you know, you might lose scrolls, but you know, it just makes it so that like. You know, you can get the worst things out of the way, like, almost immediately. Yeah, but now I'm in combat is not as bad as before, to be fair. And even, again, after No Cheese, if you really wanted to, you could just immediately go to BBBH combat and now I'm in combat. You lose some scrolls, but, you know, you absolutely can do that. The way that I did my APL route back then, I'd probably change it now. I'd probably completely change it. I went down the menu 3 times, and like the first time was for like the worst of the worst, and then like the second time was like clearing up all the token frames, and then the third time was just like, you know, doing basic shit like frogfish. Although, I think if you wanted to go down the menu, I think the fastest way that you would do it is by... After you're done with Plank Sponge... After you're done with Plank, you load into Knucklehead, don't have enough, and you get the menu goes up to, Rubber-Dub. That's, like, the most... If you are gonna do that, that's, like, the most optimal way of doing it. You could enter other levels, though, and just, like, not have enough, maybe, but... Generally... I don't know. Usually you want to just, like, cancel the menu at that point rather than, like, actually warp away from that. That's fair, but TBH, like, combats kind of take priority, I feel like. I don't know, I'll see how I feel. I might do everything in order, but I'm probably not going to. Because it's like, why delay combat, like, for that long? How long even is APL? I can't remember. I don't think it's actually that much longer than this category, because it skips all of the sliding and driving, while also having all the upgrades and everything, and not having to care about the manlies one bit. 48? Damn, it's not even slow. I was thinking, like, oh, well, if you did Now Them in Combat super late, then that'd be cringe. But, like, thinking about it, it's not actually... It wouldn't actually be that late. It'd be, like, at that point in the run, it'd be, like, 30 minutes. That's actually not that bad. That's still faster than any other category that has combat. 43? Really? Bro.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
I gotta check this myself. 4320, dude? What the fuck? Dude, I bet you could get a... Like, with the new combat strat as well, I bet you could get 42. And if I, like, refine my menuing more, guarantee you could get 42. That's nuts. So I guess if when I go back to that category, the goal will be 42. How is it barely longer than this? Like, having to do those combats as well, and, actually, is that it? And you have to do the guitar challenges, bro, what? Yeah, you get to do Creek faster, but, like... it's really strange. Because this category obviously has restrictions, but it's doing the fastest 40 that it can. Whereas that category has to get 40. I think you literally end the category with 40.
So much destruction.
See, so, like, you have to do, like, SCDA guitar, which is only, like, a little shorter than SD101. And then, like, now the main combat's longer than SD102, I think, or they might be, like, around the same length. So those two are, like, effectively negated. But then you have upgraded moves. You know, one thing I've always been struggling with in that route is how to, like, incorporate, like, wondering if you should do unlock all moves and then upgrade to Macho, like, later, not, you know, use the cheat code later, because then you get to do a faster bounceless. And you get to, you know, for certain tricks, get to use, like, the spin that you actually want to use. So I was thinking about that. Oh, that is true, Latte. That's to pick up one more token. Which means that when you factor that one extra token, depending on which one you want to, you know, say it is, they're around the same length. Also, hello. Thank you for the good luck. How's your day been? Latte, can you go back in time and make sure I don't find this trick? The old ones. Dude, I can't believe I used to complain about the old sandwich out of bounds, because it's so much easier. The old... Okay, in comparison, right? In comparison, the new one is, like... Considering how little it saves and how field-based it is and having to do it twice, it's like an 8 out of 10 difficulty. This one, in comparison, is like a 5.5, 6. Like, obviously it's really hard if you're, like, an intermediate player or whatever, but, like, compared to the other one, it's so easy. I wish it was still the fastest one. Because, right, even if I didn't do it in no pause storage, I still would have had one flat, which is crazy. That just goes to show how good the run was. It would have been, like... It would have been, like, one flat 57 or 58.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
If you have an Xbox, then definitely no pause storage. If you don't have an Xbox, that is more difficult to recommend, but maybe no major glitches, or maybe Frogfish RTA just to start out or something, I don't know.
A manager is always prepared.
Cool. I'm on run 800.
This is next to managerliness. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Hey.
Alright, I'll stream for, like, obviously assuming I don't get a run going, I'll stream for, like, 40 more minutes. And then I'm gonna, like, eat, brush my teeth, and then, yeah. To be fair, this category is, like... Now, it's hard to say if like, I don't know if this category is more reset heavy out of, like, from No Cheese and Depression. Because on the one hand, I do still reset there a lot, but on the other hand, Creek is way easier, so it's probably... No, you probably... And you don't have to do the end-level movement, so yeah, no, so it's probably less reset heavy at the beginning, but then obviously SD102 makes sure that you reset quite a bit. And then 3K has a lot going on, 2 rubber dubs in a row, like... This category is more reset heavy than No Pole Storage, like after, like, Sandwich Driving 1.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
GameCube. Yeah, the GameCube version is, bad, but obviously, like, you know, you gotta start somewhere. We were thinking about, making a category that lets you play No Pole Storage on GameCube, like a modified, like, version of the game.
A manager is
We were thinking of doing that. It's arbitrary, but it'd allow people to get into the game more easily. Because No Pole Storage is considered, like, the best category, and it's also, like, the easiest one to learn, except for, like, Frogfish RTA. And it's, like, a good length. You can do backup tokens if you don't want to, you know, if you don't want to do certain things. I don't like coffee, personally. I'm in the mood for, like, hot chocolate or whatever, but I'm trying to cut down on the sugar a bit. Yeah, emulating. Like, you wouldn't be able to actually set up bowl storage, but the way that the mod works is that it forces you to warp from SCDA Spongeball to Knucklehead and then drive in the pit, so it's as close as it possibly can be. And Latte was a hater and was like, no, we can't do that, no, but I still say yes.
SpongeBob.
Well, that still sounds nice, at least. I'm kind of in the mood for a Twix now. I quite like Twixes. I was talking about No Pole Storage GameCube Latte. You were like, nah, but then we were like, yeah, and then you were like, okay, fine. Alright, we're gonna pretend that that didn't happen just then.
A new path. Whoa!
Well, the thing is, Latte, we'd probably, like, put the download for the thing in news and tell you how to, like, do it. And people be like, moderation? No. But it's actually, like... I think in the long term, like, until Zemu is finally good... Like, okay, when Zemu exists, we could probably just delete the category, but, like, when Zemu's good, I mean. Like... But I feel like for now, it's, like, a good option. I might have a Twix after stream. I'm pretty sure we have Twix, but my parents really like them, so we probably have, like, a lot.
Is going up. There's the edge of town.
But yeah, if we put in, like, extensions MISC, then I feel like it'd be fine. I also think that we could put, like, hard drive categories on there, like, maybe it'd just be a category that just says, like, hard drive or something, and click on it as, like, subcategories, like, no polar storage and no major glitches, and then we can add more as it goes on, maybe. It's hard to fully figure, because you could argue, like, oh, but the entire point of extensions was to have, like, just, like, cheat categories on them, but Frogfish is already there, and it's like, oh, but Frogfish is the exception, but, I mean... I don't know. I think if we do it, though, then we should probably, like, chuck it to the end of extensions at the very least, if not on miscellaneous. Because I don't really see how it, you know, at worst, it'll just do nothing, and at best, it'll help people get into the game. Honestly, if we allowed, like, GameCube, no polar storage, I think I'd remake the no polar storage tutorial. After I'm done with Battle, finally. I think I would do that, because... Like, I was waiting for Zemu, but then if everybody can play the category anyway, then I think, like... I think at that point I'd want to remake it. I'd still have GameCube on the back foot, like, not mention it that much, but when it's necessary, I'd bring it up. Like, oh, on GameCube, it'd be faster to not load here or whatever, you know, something like that. Just something quick. Dude, my sandwich almost did, like, I think it did a full 360. Well, more than, I think. I wasn't paying it. It just did, like, a 360, I think. Dude, you can... Dude, I actually didn't know that you could do that. If you give the patty, like, a little speed, and then just, like, hold very lightly on, like, the stick, you can get it to move for, like, a few seconds, even though you're not pressing A to, like, move the sandwich around, because it still has some preserved speed. I actually did not know that. Watch now. I'm not holding A. And now it's not working because the analog stick doesn't, actually make the engine go. But I guess because of preserved speed, I literally just, like... I mean, that's kind of cool. Because I actually didn't know that. Hello, Arkham. Thank you for good luck. How's your day been? Also, yeah, Zoe, see, that's the idea, like... It is the most liked category, and it is the easiest one to get into. So, yeah, it's arbitrary to, like, have, like, a modified version of the game. But I really don't think it's, like... I think it would be a good thing. And then if it doesn't work out, then we can just delete it, but I don't think that'd be necessary.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. manager.
Also, Latte, I just realized that means you have 900 attempts in Poor Storage. Doesn't that make you want to do 1K? The big 4 digits? Also, I'm glad your day has been not bad, Arkham.
Hey.
Do you even have 1,000 run attempts in any game category? Conker, original, or Xbox? Damn, Latte, you gotta do another 100 attempts then, bro. I mean, because here's the thing, right? Most speedrunners never make it to 5 digits. But if you, you could make it to 4 digits at least, because, like, there are even quite a few people who don't make it to 4 because they don't speedrun seriously or whatever. But I think that'd be pretty, it's just like joining a club, just like the 4-digit club. I'm in the 5-digit club. Not many people are in the 5-digit club, but obviously that takes, like, way too long to do. It takes a whole lot of truck skip and missing Creek 2 frame to get 10,000 attempts.
SpongeBob.
As well as Sandwich Out of Bounds. It takes a whole lot of that, too. OG through Rare Replay. I have it on Rare Replay. I haven't played it, though. I do have Conquer on Xbox. I haven't played it though. I will play it. I'm looking for the right time to play it. I'm very busy. Lamau. Dude, how do you mute a forum on fucking speedrun.com? I gotta figure that out. Is there a way to... There's gotta be a way to mute a forum. I don't see a way of doing that. I follow SM64 and I get notification floods constantly. Because basically, they started a meme, and I think it's been like almost a year or something. But they started a meme where like somebody made a thread and the thread was called hey, and they just said hey, so everybody just replies with hey. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on, like, every day. And, like, I'm pretty sick of it, dude. It sucks, like, thinking that you have, like, an actual notification, like, oh, your run got verified or whatever. Nope. Just... It was funny at first, I'm just, like, pretty tired of it, but I don't know if there's a way to, like, mute a thread. Like, specifically one thread. On SRC. I probably can't even look up a tutorial because of how often, like, the layout changes.
Job for a manager. manager.
Also, considering it's SRC, I wouldn't be surprised if it, like, forces you to mute all threads or something.
Hey.
Whoa! Can't swim! Little guy, big stink. Coming through!
Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't do that, actually. I'll soft lock myself. I was gonna set a box lock, but then I forgot I'd have to restart the entire console, so it's not worth it.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Nothing like a little man type stuff. This is a job for a manager. This is a job for a manager.
Whoa, that was fast.
Hey.
Really fast. That was almost a 107. I wonder if I can get 107 if I, like, play perfectly. That did not work. If you're asking for what my PB is, it's 4128.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short short slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. A manager is always prepared. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Dude, that was amazing too. That like matched my old gold. That's insane.
Hey.
I forgot where I was going for a sec.
Ouch! Oh god, big stink!
SpongeBob.
I might make this my last run, I'm not sure. See how I feel, and where it does. If it gets far, then it'd be my last run regardless, but if it literally like just dies in this segment, then I'll probably continue, but not definitely. 'Cause this category is killing me, especially because like, well, especially because like after stream as well, like I want to go do stuff.
A new path.
Terrible sandwich driving. I'll continue though, because, well, you know, standards for terrible depend on the segment, but I probably only lost like 2 seconds off the gold. Actually, no, like, I probably lost like 2.5. Oh, wait, no, I get to do this, though, so now I lost like 2.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Yeah, I lost like 2.
Oh boy!
Hello, Toddy. Hope you're doing well. In terms of runs, going pretty bad. In terms of how I'm doing okay. Thank you. frame perfect text box cancel.
A new path. No. So much destruction.
Alright, this will probably be the last run.
Bridge is going up. There's the edge of town.
Oh boy! I forgot. The manliness has... What now? You heard right! The jump bucket now has...
Maybe I actually can get this run going. Because I haven't fucked anything up. So, I mean, the only bad like sandwich driving was bad, but it wasn't that bad. And like this is going pretty good so far.
No barnacles.
Got a bad turn. Yeah, I kept it. I've never lost it. My first finished run in the category was world record, and I've never lost it. I did come kind of close before. Like, this isn't me saying this in any sort of, like... You know, this isn't me trying to sound, like, big myself up or anything. But, like, the closest that anybody got was when Usta was, like... I think he was, like, 20-something seconds away, but there was still, like, kind of a big skill difference between us. Because, like, that's a lot of time, and he was capable, but he would have to get, like, a very, very good run, whereas I just needed, like, a good run. But obviously, like, that's still impressive. But yeah, that's, like, the furthest that anybody's gone to beat me.
Be sure not to touch these.
Okay. Also, thank you for calling me my goat. But yeah, if we're going to look at it, because at the time, any percent was no major glitches, and then because of pause storage, because of Mindy skip, then no pause storage became any percent. So if you want to look at it as the any percent world record, then I did technically lose it, but not from, like, skill. Because basically, a whole day was spent trying to figure out... Okay, so it got found at, like, some crazy time at night, Mindy skip. Then the next day was spent trying to figure out how it works. And then, keep in mind, we still didn't know how it worked. And then, Foggy did a run, and got Mindy skip to work, like, second try. There were, like, some... We still couldn't figure it out, but we had, like, some setups that, like, sometimes worked, is what we thought at the time. So... Foggy got one of them to work, and then got world record, any percent world record by, like, 4 or 5 minutes or something, when the trick saved, like, nearly 20. And then, during the night while I was sleeping, Cornbread took it, and then Chris took it, and then Tedious took it. But then my first finish run beat Tedious's time by about 20 seconds-ish. And then I've had the world record ever since.
Hey.
However, because all of those world records were set within 24 hours, so the way that, there's like a world record history graph on speedrun.com for categories, right? And it does it based off who has the world record at the end of the 24 hours, basically. So, because all of those world records were set within 24 hours... From speedrun.com's view, I never lost world record. It just says purple, and then the next day, purple. Which is kind of funny. I'm making... Dude, I don't even know my card number. Like, I'm not even... Like, I don't even know it. I finally started memorizing mine, and then I had to get a new card. I even forgot the funny number. Dude, I love the 3 numbers on the back that I had because they were really, really easy to remember, but now I don't know what my current numbers are. Luckily, I, like, hardly ever need to use my card. You know, my information's always saved on the websites. I just use Apple Pay or cash. Like, I don't really need to know. It was not 420. It was, like, some really easy number that is just, like, almost impossible to forget. I forgot what it was now, but only because I haven't had the card for, like, a year. I'm not gonna respond to any more after this one, but no, it was not 123. Or 696. I love learning about the history of this game. It does have a deep history, because the category has changed a lot of times. you know, I mean, there are a lot of people who don't know much about this game beyond 2019. I mean, prior to 2019, you know, 2020, 2021, like around that time. A lot of people don't know before that sort of era. But I've been around for almost... The only active SpongeBob person who has been around in the movie community longer than me is Chris. I'm the second longest lasting SpongeBob movie member who's, like, still around. And, Chris predates me by actually a few years, believe it or not. He's really been around. But, obviously, you know, I've been around for a long time, too. I've been around since 2016 August. I don't remember it was, like, late August, so I'm not sure if it has been exactly 7 years or not yet. Probably not. So it's probably actually been, like... It's probably, like, a few days away when it's, like, the 7-year anniversary, but I don't actually know, and there's no way for me to know, unfortunately. Because the first run I did, Power Percent, doesn't exist anymore. That category doesn't exist. I don't have any video proof. And the server that I typed in to show my splits doesn't exist anymore. So, yeah, basically, I don't have any proof, so I don't know the exact date. But I know it was late August. I know it was late August... because I had to go back to school, like, a week or two after learning movie. Like, I learned movie, and then I learned battle, and then, like, only, like, a couple days later or something, I had to go back to school. It was something like that. Anyway, point being, I was around when the world record for any percent was 1:38 by Cole, his legendary time that nobody could hope to beat. The next fastest time on Xbox was, like, 1:42 or something, like, nobody could beat him. But Chris and Red Moss slowly worked their way down. And then finally, they broke through, and they traded world records for a while, and then Red Moss set his final time, it was a 1:34, and then Chris got a 1:32, I think. And then he didn't get world record for ages, then BBBH Backwards got discovered, and then he came back, got 1:31.10. And then me, Tedious, and Chris were on the grind for not just world record, but for 1:29, and I was the only one of the three to break through. Tedious would go on to beat Chris's run, but not for, like, a while. And now, getting 1:29 is not exactly a big deal anymore. It really isn't. It's pretty easy on Xbox, like, after just, like, a little while of grinding. Because the world record is 1:19. You can play 10.5 minutes off the record, and there's not like the record was flawless either. And I have to do a route that is only fast at the world record level, so you save time over me because you'll have manliness points that I can't have, so I have to do a slower route to compensate, and yeah. £100? No fucking chance. I've only been here since March, you fell off. It's just crazy to me that people can join this community in 2020, 2021, 2022, March 2023, and they just don't know the history, you know? Like, of all that history. Crazy. Seeing Chris and Red Moss, like, take turns of the world record was so crazy. I'm watching them do races and stuff. It was so awesome. Back then, obviously, I had the mentality of, like, and keep in mind, like, this should be inspirational to you, right? I've always thought, like, man, like, I could never get world record, you know? I could never do it. I couldn't even comprehend what it takes to get world record. And yeah, I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out how you could possibly get world record. But I kept playing, and I kept playing, and I kept playing. My sum of best matched world record. I was like, oh my god, if I play perfectly, I can get world record. That's so cool. And eventually, then it was like, oh my god, if I got a perfect run, I could get world record. Then it turned into, oh my god, if I get a good run, I could get world record, and so on. And finally, dude, after a long-ass time, I broke through, and I ascended my skill level, like, so much from that. Like, that was such a massive mental barrier, because I was stuck with the same time for months. I couldn't beat my time. It had, like, 40-something seconds in 3 meter, and I couldn't beat it. Like, that run would have been world record if I didn't fuck up 3 meter, but I did eventually, obviously, you know, get the time that I wanted. Yeah, I've pretty much been the best movie player since I got, like, the 1:30.25, in my opinion. Because I was on PAL 360, that shit's slow as hell. I think when you factor that, I was probably, like, the best player. But there was no mistake with the 129. That run was, like, the ultimate run. That run is still one of the best I've ever done. We didn't even know the one, like, we knew the 129 was possible, but we thought a perfect run was, like, 129.30 something. I got a 129.07 with, like, 3 big mistakes. Like, it was crazy, dude. That run showed the 128 was possible, and that has happened several times throughout this game's history, where it's like, oh my god, this time is actually possible, like, and I didn't know until this run, but, like, that was special. Because, right, and the reason why it was so special, we thought the game was going to die after 129, that's why it was such a big deal. Not only did we obviously think it was going to be the last 10-minute barrier, we thought it was going to be any percent's last-minute barrier for at least several years, so basically it was going to kill the community, kill the game. You know, we thought that, you know, it was just over for that game. Or rather, it was going to be. But the fact that I barely missed 128 by 7-point-something seconds... I didn't even care at the time. I was so happy that I got 129, and by that much. It was just insane, dude. Like, it was one of the greatest feelings I'll ever have in my life. I have never been that nervous for a PB before. My heart was racing so fast. I was so sweaty, like, I could barely... I golden Knucklehead and Neptune, and I was, like, the most nervous I've ever been for a run. And I still managed to do it. Because there was like this cycle in Neptune that's like, back then, I had only ever gotten it in some cheap percent runs and practice, but I actually got it in that run, and I had like a flawless Neptune, just golded it by like over a second. It was insane, dude. But yeah, like that run was part of the reason why that run was important, was because it showed that the game was not dead. Even back then, like, we didn't know the PAL 360 was slow, so we thought, you know, 129 was the end. That run showed the 128 was possible, and it was like, oh my god, the game is actually not dead. Then, for the rest of 2018 and for the entirety of 2019, I didn't play the game, but a lot got found. And I came back on NTSCOG this time, and I got 128 very quickly, and then I got 127 without too much trouble. Then, when I started to run out of steam, Mindy Skip came into existence. And then I eventually got 126, 125... Yeah. And now the world record's 119. Isn't that insane? Also, yeah, no, there's gonna be no mod. This is my last run, as a matter of fact. I was gonna have one of my last run be, like, a few runs ago, but I just kept talking, so I kept going. But this is, without a doubt, now gonna be my last run. I'm over the 6-hour mark. I'm in SD 102. Like, even if this run dies here, like, it's still got going for 7 minutes, like, you know. And I want to go offline. I want to brush my teeth and just, like, you know, chill, so... Yeah, it's very easy to have tunnel vision and just, like, think that there's nowhere else to go. When you can't see anything wrong with your movement, like, when you think your movement is, like, perfect and, like, you don't know that the vision you're playing on is, like, slow, and that was by a mile the best run anyone's ever done ever at that point in time, it was just like, dude, like... We thought the 128 was going to be the very clear death of the game, like 127, because my sum of best at the time was, like... It was like 127.56 or something, like, it wasn't possible. But then NTSCOG and Bounceless and a bunch of other shit got found, and, you know. Also, I don't think I got the trigger. How the hell? I mean, I'll take it, but, like, I don't know how that happened. I thought I, like, missed that trigger, like, pretty bad. I was almost thinking of just not even trying to drive to the end. Oh yeah, and as for no pause storage, my first ever world record in no pause storage was like 1:12:22 or something like that. And the world record now is 1 flat 49. We collect the exact same tokens for the record. And you think, like, wow, how did the run improve by nearly 12 minutes? First of all, my 112 wasn't good. The first run I got in no pause storage that was, like, really good was, like, 109.10, I think. I think that run was, like, really good when I got it. So let's take it from there, because at that point, the category existed for, like, a month, and it actually, like, settled down at that point. Alright, so how did I improve the run by 9 minutes and, like, 22 seconds or 23 seconds or something? Well, I'll tell you. Well, I can't tell you entirely, but movement was a big one. My movement got, like, just better, like, quite a lot better. Some token reroutes for 2 frames. Buffers helped a lot. Oh, no, buffers already exist at that point. Implementing things like Cirque late and Nalum and Bungee late and stuff like that, and finding a faster lobster skip. Sandwich out of bounds saves a shit ton. That was huge. Combined, compared to not doing it at all, doing it twice literally saves like 13 seconds. Not 13, why did I say 13? Saves like 33 to 34 seconds combined if done perfectly. Just learning faster menuing and like just much better nitro management. Spiral skip was huge. Like, there's so much, dude. And there's even been since my 1 flat, there's been another reroute. It's hard to explain, but basically, you move SCDA to later in the run if you do a certain strat, because otherwise you can't do it. You have to move SCDA later. So it saves like a second to like move shit to later. So if I ever go back to that category, new route to fuck around with. You know what, Wilcon? I would thank you forever and ever if you did that, but... Also, why does this say max 40? Can you only get 40? How much is 40 subs? Like, how much money is that? Oh no, 40 times 5. We could just do 4 times 5, which would be 20, so that'd be, like... That'd be like £2,000 or something, right? So I'd only get like £1,000 of it. If we ever do iPie, it'll be, like, something crazy that we can't even imagine right now. Like, being able to, like, skip Rubber Rings, we could do Macho, or, like... I don't know, something like that. Being able to, like, do ball storage, like, skip a combat arena entirely. Basically, just something to do with ball storage, most likely. Or maybe, like, some super fast way of completing a sliding or driving level that we can't even imagine right now. That's also technically, like, in the realm of possible. Tier 3 subs, Jesus Christ. Imagine a glitch where you use 1 nitro, and then you just have nitro speed for the rest of the life. It'd be hard to control, but it would be pretty fast. It's hard to say what ball storage can't do. I'm surprised that worked. Yeah, it's hard to say what it can't do. So, in theory, it could do anything right now. But we just don't know until, like, it's more solidified. It would. We'd probably just remove the bonk counter, honestly, because otherwise you'd have to do it. Yeah, you'd have to do bonk every 2 seconds. Yeah, no, this is absolutely my last run. However far it gets.
I found one.
I don't think I got it. Yeah. I just want you to know that it took like 2 hours or something to get back here. I have one more stream to get the time I want before it's like cringe. This deadline's stressing me out, but I mean, I'll try. Alright, for ETU, I got 6 hours left, so I have one stream, I have 6 hours left. See what I can do. Alright, well, one more stream tomorrow, and then I'm off for a week. Actually, let me think. Friday would have been a day off regardless, because I would have taken that off anyway. That's my second day of the week off, so effectively Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'm taking 7 actual, like, proper days off. I mean, if you wanted to, you could, but Rub-a-Dub Skip is already consistent. It's just like, it's hard for me because I'm trying to do it, like, really fast. If you do it, like, the really safe way, it loses, like, 2 seconds or something, but makes it a lot easier, but that's a lot of time lost, dude. I can't just, like, do that. Anyway, especially because if you do that for the second Rub-a-Dub Skip, then, the 1 frames, like, you'd have to get even more of them to get the same setup as Rub-a-Dub 1, and then at that point, it's just, like, you're making it even harder than it needs to be, and just, like... But then if you're only doing 1 or 2 1-frame jumps for Rub-a-Dub 2, and then you have to cut the setup short, you might as well also cut the setup short for Rub-a-Dub 1, because you're already used to it. Basically... Yeah. Alright, see you tomorrow, my last stream for a while. Yes. So, goodbye.